Monsieur Clon.
Сколько можно конец? Не знаю, что может быть. Вообще. Если на поправку не надо, то ніхто не так. Та це треба на воєнкомат передати. Не нам це надо.
Какие-то.
Ким?
А Зоряна, да.
А ну ви ж на чашки будете бити сьогодні.
Вона під куску.
Під кучку?
Вона була
А я на Юрі її вчора.
так само їхати своєю машиною. Де?
Правильно робить.
Ну. Так а чого ви Зоряна?
Мало Михайлівна, ви вімкненим мікрофоном.
уже на чуть уже вскрыть. Ну, конечно. Unfortunately, there is no microphone yet. The event has started, but there is no mic. We're waiting. So now the mic is on. So let me invite for the opening speech Mr. Alexei Kuleba, Deputy Head of the Office of the President of Ukraine, Executive Secretary of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities under the President of Ukraine. You're welcome. Alexei, can you hear us? Yes. Welcome. Welcome, dear colleagues, dear participants of the Congress hearings. Welcome at today's event. This is one of the number of formats that we have arranged for ongoing communication and permanent activity of our Congress. We've got several formats, and this sort of Congress hearings is definitely a very effective ground for sharing the ideas and arranging some discussions in order to settle important issues related to local self-government and to central authorities. Thanks a lot to all those who have joined us and who support our communication formats. And I'm also happy to welcome today our foreign friends and partners who are sharing their experience with us, who are sharing their vision on recovery and regional development of Ukraine on its path towards accession to the EU. On the 30th of July this year, during the meeting of the Congress, the President of Ukraine gave certain assignments to Ukrainian diplomats and also to local and regional authorities as to what needs to be done in order to accelerate our European integration process. Back then, we discussed the roadmap of Ukraine with an implementation of the requirements set for opening the negotiations on membership of Ukraine in the EU. And now in September, we will also discuss Ukraine's plan within the tool of the European Union, and we will talk about new opportunities for supporting regional policies and development. Our today's discussion is really important because we need to make the state and the regional development strategy more relevant, and we have to discuss approaches to strategic planning and recovery for this. Certainly, it will not be possible to achieve complete European integration if the reform of decentralization is not completed and if we do not enforce legislative amendments on that way. But I'm sure that thanks to central executive authorities, thanks to our government and local self-government authorities, we will manage to do this rather quickly. It's important that we have invited to our today's Congress hearings the representatives of the EU and experts from Poland and Romania, which are the countries that all have already covered their path towards European integration. They will share their experience and will give their recommendations and share their vision on how we should be moving on in this process to be most effective. It is important for the state to develop international cooperation following the principles of legitimacy, legality, clear distribution of tasks and assignments among local self-government bodies. We also need to coordinate local, regional, and state interests. This balance is something that needs to be struck, and this is the ongoing constant factor of our development. We have already initiated the International Summit of Cities and Regions, which is supposed to become the annual forum for expanding our cooperation, as well as regional offices for international cooperation, which are the platforms for successful coordination of our work with foreign partners and enhancing institutional capacity of local and regional authorities of Ukraine. That's why I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for your work. Thanks a lot for participating in this event, and let me wish you good luck in your work. Thank you, Alexei Vladimirovich. So with your permission, we will continue our work. And on the basis of the results of today's Congress hearings, I've not announced it as yet, we will prepare the recommendations that will be related to the issues that are relevant to the problematic issues that need to be considered and that need to be solved in the context of the range of topics that we are going to cover today. Thank you for your participation. Let us continue. And in the agenda of Congress hearings, it was also mentioned that the Congress hearings are also taking place within the activity of the Chamber of Regions, or the Chamber of Regional Authorities of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities under the President of Ukraine. And this chamber is headed by Viktor Mikita, who is the head of the Zakarpattia Regional Military Administration. And this chamber includes all the heads of military regional administrations, as well as all the heads of local councils. That's why they are also present at this event today. And we can also discuss today the issues related to the operational activity of the chamber. So let me invite Viktor Mikita to take the floor. Well, there is no button here, but as far as I understand, the microphone is on. So thank you, and I'm happy to welcome all of you in Zakarpattia region. I'm really happy that today we have a chance of holding this event, and of course we are grateful for this to the armed forces of Ukraine, since Zakarpattia is the deep rear, which is very well protected now. I'm really grateful to my colleagues Vitaly Bezin, Vyacheslav Nehoda, and all the other people who always initiate holding of such events according to the assignment of the president. They are working towards making the chamber and the Congress working authorities, working bodies. We can see that this process is going on, and it is important that today we are going to discuss the issues of decentralization, which is the process that should go on during the war. It should be enhanced and reinforced, no matter how difficult it is for us, because only if this process are going on, we will be reliable partners to the countries of the EU. And our society now functions in the right way, and it's important to understand that the subject matter of the community starts with the economy. I mean that every community needs to have financial sufficiency and not to function on the basis of subsidies. Then the community can be independent in its decision-making process, and the decisions can be passed in the interest of the community, and this process needs to be reinforced. Today we will discuss our visions of this process, and this platform is important for us because here we can share our experience and see some common path. Really, there are a lot of different visions on that matter, and the head of the territorial community has his own vision. The deputy of the territorial community has his vision. The head of the military regional administration has his vision. These visions are different, but when we hear each other, listen to each other, and when we understand that it's only support of each other that would be the right democratic path towards the European civilized countries, we can manage. And I think that in the future, we are going to enter the family of the EU countries, and I hope also NATO member states. So let me wish good luck to you, good discussions today. Let's share our visions and let's reach some good results on the planning of our common steps for the future. Thanks a lot for your attention. Thank you, Victor. I think that we may then continue, and I will be commenting some of the things on the go. These are the things I failed to mention at the beginning, because we have the agenda which we have to follow. And I would like to mention that besides the hosts I've already mentioned, which is the Office of the Congress, the Chamber of Regions of the Congress, It would have been difficult for us to organize this event were it not for the support of the Swiss-Ukrainian project, Cohesion and Regional Development of Ukraine, short name UCORD. And they are here with us today. So let me give the floor for the welcoming speech to Mr. John Gallagher, who is the head of the UCORD project. His deputy is here, Marina Brill. She will have her speech according to the agenda, but as far as I understand, her director is within the EU, right? He is online. So let me give the floor to John. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. When we discuss regional development and European accession, it's easy to get lost in the vastness of the policies of the regulations and the programs. But at its core, it really is about people. It's about real people, the communities they are from or part of, their places, their future. The EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen this week stated that accession requires hard work and leadership. This is a leadership that listens, a leadership that values the voices of its people, no matter who they are or where they are from. And this leadership is very evident here today at this Congress hearing, with the participation of the Office of the President, the Cabinet of Ministers, Deputy Minister, heads and deputy heads of regional administrations, representatives of local self-governments, and the directors of the regional development agencies and associations. It is our honour to be in your presence. The Swiss Development Cooperation and Ukraine's Cohesion and Regional Development Project, UCORD, is committed to supporting the building of cohesive communities. Cohesive communities are inclusive, they're resilient, they're forward-thinking, with their own unique identities, but they recognize that their strength is significantly increased when they work together in partnership with others to unlock their potential. SDC's commitment resonates deeply with the very essence of EU integration and EU cohesion policy, which provides a framework where regional disparities are addressed, an equitable distribution of resources, and a promise that as regions come under the European Union umbrella, the goal is not just growth, but growth that is inclusive and growth that is shared amongst all. A core focus of the UCORD project is supporting dialogue in the regions and public hearings such as this one today. It ensures that communities, local and regional stakeholders do not feel distant from decision-making processes, that they feel part of the conversation and a real sense of ownership of all future plans and programs that are co-designed with them to respond to their needs and enable them to achieve their potential. We have come together today to discuss recovery, to discuss regional development and European integration. It is great to have so many people in attendance and joining online. The insights from today's hearing from such a diverse and expert audience will no doubt contribute to and inform the recovery processes which are already underway in Ukraine and the path to EU accession. In conclusion, recovery, development and EU accession is ultimately about people working together to deliver a shared future. The public hearings organised by the Congress act as a beacon, reminding us of the importance of coming together and sharing our collective knowledge and expertise. On behalf of the Swiss Development Corporation and the UCORD project, thank you for your time and we look forward to the conversations today. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Let us continue. But before that, I would like not just to express my gratitude, but to say that our cooperation within the project that you are heading should have good prospects. I'm sure it will have good prospects, and I'm sure that we will have an opportunity to meet in Ukraine in the time which is convenient for you, because we need to unlock this capacity, this potential the project has, and we need to be able to use this potential for the implementation of the project, as well as we will use it to support regional policies, regional development, and we will, thanks to the project, we will support regional development agencies, and will solve a number of issues which are highly relevant as for now for Ukraine. Thanks a lot for your involvement, for your participation, and for your kind welcoming words. Thank you.
So we mentioned that one of our tasks today is European integration, which means the implementation of tasks related to roadmap. We're going to talk about that further. Our active partner in this is representative office of the European Union in Ukraine, and I give the floor Mr. Tomasz Ostropolsky, an advisor for the issues of decentralization and reform of public administration of the Office of the European Union in Ukraine. Please, the floor is yours. Dear colleagues, good morning from Kyiv. Thank you for the invitation to this meeting of the regional Congress. I would like to express my honor to the Ukrainian warriors, but we also admire the stability of our civil administrations and the efficiency of local administration, which is the basis of the country's resilience during the invasion. And this shows reflects the lawful aspirations of Ukraine to European membership. Last year, we saw how the speed with which Ukraine received the status of candidate. Next, we are waiting for important decisions to be made by European leaders, especially about the accession negotiations. We hope that it will start at the end of this year. But I would like to dwell on more prosaic things behind this process. And the process of enlargement, what the process of enlargement means for you, for central authorities, and for us, the European Commission, working within this process. The decentralization and regional development are at the core of during the preparation for this process. Decentralization or multi-level management or governance is part of the basis, Cohesion at the core, and they play an important role in this process. The Commission's conclusion of June 2022, decentralization was deemed as one of the most important components, and in October, the Commission will provide a more detailed evaluation of changes. There will be an assessment of political character. More technically, this is a topic for discussion within this panel. The Commission will be evaluating what is, in bureaucratic terms, is called the regional. Will be assessing the regional development and structural instruments. Let me remind you that the regional policy is a basis for reducing regional disproportions and a basis for growth. The implementation of the cohesion process as part of the joint management governance requires administrative capacity, due appropriate financial management and control. During the preparation earlier this year, we had a possibility to get to know, to familiarize ourselves with the recommendations and meet with representatives of the Office of President, Parliament, and local associations. Now this work is coming to an end, and the report will be published in mid-October. Presently, I cannot go into details, but looking back, we all know that the old regional policy lost its relevance. The full-scale invasion of Russia touched all regions, although to a different degree, which means that the territorial disparities existing before 2022 have deepened. In this context, the Commission looks how the strategy is being prepared and how the key instruments are being prepared, how they are being implemented. They also evaluates institutional capacity, the involvement of local authorities in decision-making process, and also financial management and role of controlling bodies such as the accounting chamber. This last component will be particularly important, especially in the project when EU funds are received and during the implementation of regional programs. And our project will be ready to help in this process, to help local and regional authorities. As for time frameworks, from since June 15, from June 15 last year and June 15 this year, it was already included in the report, but the next report will cover what happens later. And I would like to thank the Regional Chamber of Congress, and I welcome the interest shown by many experts who are present here today. I wish you productive discussion. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. And thank you for your optimistic focus regarding Ukraine's implementation of its commitment. Ukraine will win together, we will all win together, and we will be together in a European family. Thank you. Now I would like to give the floor to members of parliament. So whatever we do, whatever concept we have, however good experts we are, without decisions by parliament, without decisions by our key committee, it would be not just difficult, it would be impossible to implement these tasks. And Mr. Mikita said already that we have extremely close working contacts with our relevant committee, with some particular members of parliament who always take part in our events organized by the Congress. They also invite, or they're invited to our events. I'm pleased to give the floor to. Should I read the whole title? Beautiful title? No, first I will say Member of Parliament of Ukraine, Deputy Head of the Committee, Head of the Subcommittee for Adaptation of Ukraine's legislation to the regulations of European law, implementation of international commitments of Ukraine in the sphere of European integration, of the Committee of the Parliament of Ukraine, and local authorities, regional development, and city urban development. That's his title, official title. It would require all page for this title, but I've just introduced Alexander Kachura. God grant you good health. I'm very pleased to be here today. It's a great honor for me to be here in this region. I like this region. When I come here, there is so much energy here. There is I don't see any fuss. Something is being built here. Something is developing here. Indeed, the experience of this region is important. Given my post, this region has a representative in Brussels who represents this region in Brussels, meet the commitments. I think Ukraine has already complied with many commitments. So Ukraine is at the front of our battle, and thanks to us, Europe still exists. The European Union needs us. I'm sure that we are taking great steps. We have no possibility to procrastinate. We will be accepted. This is inevitable. We will be restoring our country, rebuilding our country. There is no doubt about it. And this will be a responsibility of free world to restore, to rebuild Ukraine, and to continue the democratic development of the country. Because the challenges facing us, we don't know these challenges yet, because during the war, we see an enemy, we are defending. When the war is over, and the Dudayev said, I don't know what we will do after the war is over. And President Zelensky, in one of his interviews, said the same. Do you know what to do one day after the victory? What if victory is tomorrow? Do we have a clear-cut plan? So these discussions should produce this plan. We have to understand what to do, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 20, in order to make sure that this process is quick, so that we make as few mistakes as possible. These countries that have passed this thorny path of accession, and it's a painful process. They know sometimes you have to take one step back in order to make 5 steps forward. You have to understand this. So we have to reach a consensus with local and regional and central authorities, and to make decisions that will lead us to our victory and accession. Therefore, thank you for this possibility to make a speech, and I welcome everyone. I wish you a successful working day, and I hope that you will come up with some results that will form the basis of decisions that the Parliament will have to pass and our committee will have to pass. Thank you for your organization. Thank you, Alexander. Everybody liked your comparison. When the union, everybody needs the membership. We need the European Union, and the European Union needs Ukraine. And we will only become stronger thanks to this. We have expectation that together with your subcommittee that you headed by you, as far as adaptation of legislation is concerned, we will have a close cooperation. We will of course be working with all subcommittees, but especially with yours, including your committee and other committees of the Parliament, and we'll coordinate our work with you as head of the subcommittee and deputy chairman of the committee. Thank you. And now Vitaly Bezhin. I'm not going to introduce all his positions. Posts. He is a friend of local administration, lobbyist of local administration, and he will say himself what he thinks about this event. Thank you. Thank you. I am very glad to see everyone. My colleague didn't want to read my post of 20 words. It's very important that we are here. And the key story that we have to be aware of in the context of local administration and European integration is that the current decentralization reform and regional policy in Ukraine to some extent gave preference to communities, local communities. I think it should have been done at a certain stage of our development. Now, this second stage begins. We understand that the role of regions and regional platforms will be key. It will be more important than the role of communities and central authorities. It's true. It's what the cohesion policy will be based on, and the development of European integration. The context and mentioned by the representative of the European delegation in Ukraine is absolutely right. We understand that in October there will be a report will be published on you, comprehensive report. The preliminary report was published earlier before we were granted this candidate status. There are positive things, of course. There will be also negative things. We understand, we are aware that during the war, martial law, during the full-scale aggression, we cannot achieve everything because there's the issue of survival as a state, and the survival of democracy for which we serve as a shield is of primary importance. Everything else is secondary. But to ride the crest of this period, it doesn't work like that. This full-scale aggression and heroism of our people opened the window of opportunities. The previous window was opened many years ago, when maybe 19 years ago, when many countries joined the European Union. But many of them were, even back then, even now, didn't comply with all the criteria, to be honest. And in some parameters, we are ahead of them. But they are already there. We are not there yet. Therefore, we have to work on this. In this report, as my Tomasz Ostropolski said, there will be about chapter 22, article 22. That's what we should become the Bible or our nightly book that we have to work on every day before our accession. This will all happen, of course, and I hope that we will be when the next parliamentary elections occur, we will have our representatives in the European Parliament. Now, as far as cohesion policy is concerned, is Ukraine ready? Do we have a roadmap? No. Let's be honest. Currently, we don't have. We are not ready. I agree that we have to start to build this, but openly. To be open, we are behind the train. Our answers were supposed to be provided earlier. It's a complicated process, and the cooperation with European red tape, in a good sense, it's not easy. It's not so simple as one may think. These compliments will be behind as soon as these reports are published. We have to develop this policy. It's extremely important that this policy is integrated and synchronized with the plan of support for 50 billions that was announced by Brussels for the years 24-27. That's the plan, that's strategical planning, that's the money, that's the transit 4-year period. We have this period, we have the money to do this. Therefore, I hope that thanks to the synergy, thanks to the Congress of regional and local authorities under the President of Ukraine, and thanks to this umbrella, this ground platform, we will be able to implement all this change. Just I emphasize that we have to act quickly and in a synchronized manner. We represent different political parties with different views. I assure you that within the context of European integration and European policy, all our quarrels should be behind, and the priority should be one. Ukraine should win the war and then win the future, and the future is only one when we are full-fledged members of the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you, Vitaly. You have followed the schedule. Just 5 minutes. You have been within the time. So the MP of Ukraine, the chairperson of the subcommittee on administrative and territorial regime and local self-government, and you have got the key messages. You have voiced the key messages. Let's move on. And any important reforms are not possible without the involvement of the government, the leading ministries that are in charge of the implementation of this or that policy. And here I'm talking about local self-government, about regional development, regional policy in general, as well as the issues of recovery in the wide sense, in the broad sense of this word. So in the governments, the Ministry of Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development of Ukraine is in charge of that policy of those matters. And today we have Deputy Ministry Alexandra Azarkina with us. So please, the floor is yours. Welcome, dear colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity provided to me to join you. I'm always envious of the people who could go directly to the regions, but unfortunately our workload does not allow us to go to the regions. But that's the most precious thing, to hear and see the people who work locally. So I'm grateful to the Congress for the dialogue you're having with regions and communities. Let me stress how important this range of topics is, because that is the evident priority of the government, and the previous speakers have already mentioned that we see the need for synchronizing all the tools Ukraine already has and Ukraine is getting thanks to the leadership of the EU. So let's start with the mentioned Ukraine plan, which focuses on the process of recovery and European integration, but it also focuses on different process from the point of view of sudden economic recovery, and boosting the sectors will give the best growth to our economy for us to get the basis for accession to the EU, both from the point of view of institutions and from the point of view of the basic economic capacity. The leadership in the development of the plan belongs in the government to the Ministry of Economy, and our task, since we are the ministry responsible for this recovery policy, is to provide for due account of the principles of multi-layer democratic governance, both in the development and in the implementation of this plan, because it's important not just to develop those concept notes with all those items. It's also important to use this tool as the live dialogue tool. That's why we're having ongoing negotiations with the European Commission, and starting with October, we will have open consultations. We will involve everyone in this process, because this process cannot be arranged without the engagement of all the stakeholders. Also, we've got a chance to synchronize the state and regional policy with the policy related to our European integration. We are now working on the updating of the regional strategy of local development and regional development, and the year 2027 is the deadline, the kind of point in time to which we are heading. We need to reconsider the strategy, but at the same time, we need to see what financial tools we will use in order to reinforce the implementation of this strategy. That's why we have started working with our Polish colleagues, with the OSCD, in order to expand the range of tools Ukraine now has for the implementation of the priority state regional development policy. We also know that we have launched the work on the development of the regions, and it's important that we have this document where we have this bottom-to-top approach, and we need to coordinate the priority policies for regional level with the sectoral policies. That's why our ministry has initiated not only updating of the documents related to regional policy, but also we have resumed our work with the World Bank on the updating of sectoral policies. we need to understand the indicators which are important for different ministries, like the Ministry of Energy, the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Education. Otherwise, we will not be able to build good regional policy because it is those affiliated ministries that need to provide us with the indicators we should focus on. And of course, we are working on digital tools. We are trying to promote digitalization, and a lot of communities already have trainings on our DREAM system, which is the digital ecosystem for a digital management of the recovery process. The DREAM system has in the inbuilt European integration processes. They're related to prioritization, methodology, because we coordinate this process with our partners from the European Commission step by step. But this is too little. That's why, for the interest of the regional polities, the geo information regional development system would be a priority. This is a system for monitoring the situation in the regions. And of course, we focus on the tools the EU has for monitoring purposes, how Eurostat works, and we are trying to achieve synchronization in this respect. We also have the registry of damaged and destroyed property construction. It's a little bit simpler, but this is also a tool which is important for us. We keep discussing them in our negotiations and dialogues with the foreign stakeholders, because we need to record to document the data on the damages and destructions, and we need to have one common policy for proper management of the recovery process in the broadest sense possible. And this is related not only to infrastructure, but to transformations between the connection of the state, the regions, the community, and people living there. Thank you for the opportunity provided for me to speak here. Thank you, Alexandra. And I would just like to specify, because you gradually switched from the welcoming speech to actually your speech during the second panel. But this panel is entitled, it's not a panel, it's not just the block, because panel is probably the construction term. So within the second block, we are going to talk on the regional policy and development. So we actually hope that you would launch this panel or this block. Well, I would probably be the final person to speak at that panel. Good. So, dear colleagues, let us resume our work. And at the beginning, I did not announce what the time limit would be, but from now on, I will ask our speakers. Well, it's not that I don't want to listen to you over a long period of time, but I feel somehow uncomfortable when I will have to to interrupt the people who are the last to speak. We don't have all those who are on the agenda present here, but we still have a lot of the members of our Congress and the Chamber of the Regions, and they would also like to speak, and we have the Q&A session afterwards. So it's also a very important block, because our Congress hearings are not just the platform for listening to the speakers, but also listening to each other. So let's discuss the basic things, the main things, and then we could have some additional speeches, because the topic we're going to consider today is really a topic that could be discussed over several days. But we need to focus on the relevance of some matters. We need to stress how important it is to work on those matters, and then in different formats, including in this format, we will keep discussing those things in detail. So the next block of issues is related to Ukraine's plan, or we may call it the roadmap of Ukraine for its accession to the EU. And we have Alexander Ilkov, who is the CEO of the Director General of the Governmental Office of European and Euro-Atlantic Coordination. Integration. I think that he's going to give us a lot of answers to the questions which have already been mentioned. And you remember Vitaly Bezhin mentioned a number of issues, a number of questions to which we need to find an answer. And of course, we cannot just find one button which we press and everything comes out of that. And if we Google the word roadmap, we will not find the part of the job that you will be responsible for. So we need to discuss this roadmap. And please, Alexandra, the floor is yours. Dear colleagues, it's a pleasure for me to be among you in this room and share the information on this condition, on the situation that we now have on our path towards the European integration. You know that one of the cornerstones of the European Union is the cohesion policy and the inclusion policy. And any matters discussed and developed at the central level definitely need to be also discussed and approved at the regional level. And since the issue of European integration is one of the core matters within our state policy, I think that today we will have a good chance to discuss this matter with the regions. A lot has already been mentioned today on the fact that in spite of the war and full-scale invasion, Ukraine has made quite a progress on its path towards the EU. And it was in the summer last year that we got this candidate status. It was really quick. The process was really quick, and some say that provision of this status was a political process. And of course, there was a political element in that. But along with that, in the annual address of Ursula von der Leyen to the European Commission, she has confirmed that membership in the EU is merit-based only. And that's why Ukraine will still have to perform its commitments. And let me inform you on where we are and what are our next steps. So membership in the EU requires from the candidate country a fulfillment of the so-called Copenhagen criteria, which are 4 main criteria. The first one being a democratic state with the rule of law, with compliance with human rights and principles. And that is where the dialogue with the EU starts. And it is also the final point in this negotiation. And I would say that now we are going through the most heated season because on that track, because we are on the final stage in terms of our compliance with the 7 requirements of the European Commission, which are 7 core requirements set by the EU for Ukraine, for us to go over to the next stage of our relationship and for us to be able to launch the very negotiations with the EU on Ukraine's accession. We don't have that much time left for that. And you know that it is somehow inherent in the Ukrainian mindset that we like to do things already at the deadline. So we have about 2 weeks left, because already in the first days of October, the draft document will be ready in the EU, and we still have a number of tasks that we have to perform by that time. And we have the MPs here. I think that they are well aware of what I'm talking about. And anyway, in spite of the fact that this is the last moment, the last minute, we still need to perform all of those commitments. And that will enable us to get the positive decision of the European Commission in mid-October. And probably we will get the recommendation on launching the negotiations process. And the final decision will be passed in December by the European Council. Another important criteria is economic criterion. And an EU member state must have market economy and definitely high economic performance standards. Otherwise, it will not be able to enter the European family. And in this respect, we understand that even before the war, in terms of its economic development, Ukraine did not fully correspond to the standards the EU now has. And of course, after the full-scale invasion, the situation got further aggravated. So in order to help Ukraine, the EU has initiated a new initiative the so-called Ukrainian fund, and I think that we're going to talk a lot about that. The idea behind that is very much simple. For midterm prospects for 3 years, starting with 2024 and up to 2027, there will be a clear framework for supporting Ukraine. This is 50 billion euros. And these 50 billion euros are split by 3 core pillars. If I'm not mistaken, 78% this is assistance provided in the form of grants, which in a way is direct support of the state budget of Ukraine, which will be used for state public expenditures spent on the core needs. The other pillar is the so-called investment support provided in the form of guarantees and security and collateral under the investment projects. And the third pillar is international technical aid. So this is the money that is going to be provided for reinforcing institutional capacity, and this is the money provided for the implementation of community-based projects, civil society-based projects, and the scope, the volume will be about 2.5 billion euros for 3 years. But certainly, the EU will not give this money without our compliance with the criteria. So the approach of the EU is as follows. We have to provide a clear funding plan that will help Ukraine survive and support proper and adequate economic performance level for those years. And we also need to identify the core priorities and the key reforms that will enable Ukraine to ensure its economic growth. And as for now, the government is elaborating this plan, and there is a special interagency task force headed by the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Yulia Sviridenko. I'm also a member of this group. And today we're having a close dialogue with the European Commission in order to prepare this plan. We have already developed the structure of the plan. We have identified the core priorities, the industries, the sectors of the economy that will become a driving engine on our way to growth. These include agricultural and food industry, transport, energy, and critical materials. And this plan is based on 3 core things, which is the issue of further digitalization, green economy, because the European Union clearly has it that any recovery projects need to be implemented in accordance with the already declared and implemented in the EU Green Deal, European Green Deal. The issue of decentralization also takes a special niche in that plan, and Ukraine clearly claims that it will keep on its decentralization reform, and a certain amount of money will be allocated for this reform. And the third criterion we need to comply with, as mentioned today, is the implementation of all the acquis communautaire and harmonization of our legislation with it. And the coordination within this direction is the duty of our governmental office. And you know that at the beginning of this year, we launched the procedure of the so-called self-screening, under which we decided to make the analysis of all the acquis communautaire in order to clearly realize what acts and by-acts need to be implemented by us, bylaws need to be implemented by us, and to get ready for the beginning of the negotiations and for the official screening procedure that will be held by the EU.
Over these 6 together with the bodies, 80 in total were involved. We have analyzed the whole legislation, 28,000 acts of the European Union, including, and we decided that 3,000 acts are to be implemented. 3,000 acts have to be implemented in order to to join the European Union. The negotiations are there are 35 negotiation chapters. So we start with the basics, democratic reforms for human rights, rule of law, and then after first chapter we move to another next chapter, then to the next one. Without completing negotiations on the one chapter, we cannot move to another one. So chapter 22 is regional policy. There are about 500 acts regulating this regional policy. So these are acts about concrete regional programs of the European Union. The main task within the negotiations in this chapter is to strengthen institutional capacity of local and regional authorities in the first place for future work with the structural funds of the European Union. I think you know what it is. Over the years 2021 through 24, the European Union has allocated 500 billion for these structures, and Ukraine, after joining the European Union, Ukraine will become part of the European family. We will get our own place in these structural funds, which will allocate money for local regional needs for different regions. Yes. And the last criterion that Ukraine has to meet is the European Union says that in order to accept new members, the European Union has to be ready, capable of enlarging. And this issue is being discussed in the European Union itself, because there are other candidates who have been waiting for much longer. I mean, Western Balkan countries, Georgia and Moldova are moving along the same path. Ukraine is not being regarded separately. And during all meetings with European partners, our partners say that Ukraine is showing best progress in terms of commitments for future accession, but the enlargement of the EU would require reforms of the European Union too. This is one of the key issues being discussed. They are going to refuse from unilateral, for consensus vote. All members of the European Union have to vote to pass particular decisions. And I think if this principle is still applied, Ukraine might have problems, because we have some specific problems in relation with some countries of the European Union, as you know. And the second issue is the enlargement itself, because after accession of new countries, microphone is off, I cannot hear, and the mic is off. So this should not become an obstacle for new members' accession. Exceeded my limit. There are two people talking at the same time. Two people are talking at the same time. I cannot hear. There are technical problems. No, it's okay. I think that in the near future we will come up with concrete proposals for regional and local authorities. Again, the microphone is off. and this will enhance our institutional capacity. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. Now, a question? I don't know what is better. Should we ask questions later at the end? I'm just asking myself, how do we organize it better for everyone? That's a short question, and the answer will be even shorter. Okay, I cannot hear the question. Some funds will be given to local levels. These processes, negotiations, do you know who I get materials from? From members of the European Parliament, the European Commission, not from the Ukrainian government. So let us synchronize our movements, because you can. It's not a question; it's an answer. You beat me up. You beat me to it. I wanted to say the same. It's important to know the general picture. Uh, uh, who is, or who are the actors, who are the players. It's important to know what is the role of local and regional authorities. They have to know clearly what they have to do. It's one of the next work, one of our next working meetings. We'll have to discuss this. We need to get across to local, regional authorities and others, and let them know what their role in this process is. I'm sure that they, I don't know, maybe Dnipro knows. Dnipro knows. Yeah, please, if you know, the floor is yours. Please use the microphone. Good morning. I'm Lukashuk Mykola, chairman of the Dnipro Oblast Council. We've talked a lot about European accession strategy, but we know that there is Article 174, based on which the European Union functions, and its definition of territories. If we do state strategy, we cannot do without the Chamber of Regions and under the Congress, because each territory, each community, they are different from each other. When we talk about security situation, all Kharkiv, Sumy, Chernihiv, they are different from Western Ukraine. So we talked about sectoral programs. Each oblast passes its own budget, and it includes the strategy of economic development for each region, and they include these needs, which should be part of these programs. So we need to understand where this 50 billion, how this 50 billion will be used, and in the Chamber of Regions, together with governors, chairmen or chairs of oblast administrations, we have to decide. Should these three schools be rebuilt? Will they have children, or is there maybe there is no need to rebuild these schools or hospitals, or maybe it's important to build a new hospital? So we need to have this understanding. We will have a discussion on this topic in the next block. We'll discuss this. It's not a question; it was a recommendation. Please be brief, because Warsaw is waiting. I cannot hear because the mic is not on. The mic. I cannot hear. There is. Unfortunately, the mic is not on. Ah. You mentioned someone. Okay, I couldn't hear anything. Unfortunately, they don't discuss these things with regions, to be honest, to be frank. Okay, thank you. Let's move forward. Yuri Chutak was supposed to make an important speech, but I'm sorry because our colleagues are asking that we have to finish my congress. All my colleague from Poland, Marszałek of Marszałek of the Pomerania Voivodeship, is going to give us general advice without going into details about. So, how would you start if you were here in Ukraine, if you were governor? So you were chairman of the Polish regions. Who is a chairman of Ukrainian regions? No, there is no such person here in this meeting. It's bad. But we have one legitimate figure here, Victor Mikita here. So I just wanted to know if we have connection. Can we hear my colleague? Olget? Okay, he's not here. He'll be here later. Maybe he's going to talk in 1 hour because there is a time hour difference. Okay, I give the floor to Yuri Trechak. Okay, you're here, you're online. We are very glad. Mr. Olgret, did you hear us that we wanted to hear from you your recommendations regarding how Ukraine and our regions would have to work to accelerate the fulfillment of the tasks facing Ukraine in the context of European integration. What could you say from your experience? Please give us a brief statement, please. Thank you.
Ви нас чуєте? Прошу.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Mr. Olgret Hablevich, can you hear us?
Okay, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
So good morning, everybody. And first of all, I would like to thanks to chair of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities under the President of Ukraine for invitation me. My name is Olgierd Gablevich, and I'm the president of one of Polish region, West Pomerania region, the region located on the Baltic Sea next to the Polish-German border. So the most distant from Ukraine, I would say. But I was, as I was informed, I was invited as also president of Accession of Polish regions, and I really regret that I cannot participate in your meeting in person. But I'm very happy that I have possibility to meet with you online. I hope that next time we can catch up with it, and next time we can meet each other in person. Maybe firstly, I would like to say some words about Polish regions and about our association. As you may know, in Poland we have 16 regions which are associated in Association of Polish regions. I checked that every our region have at least one Ukrainian region with which have established the cooperation, bilateral cooperation. In some cases, it is more. For example, in my region, I have the formal cooperation with Mikołajewski Oblast, and right now we are finishing the formal letter of cooperation with Odessa Oblast as well. So in some cases, for example, Podkarpackie region have a lot of the partnering regions: Ivano-Frankowsk, Zakarpacki, Lwowski, Tarnopolski, Odeski, Wołyński. So I have an impression that all our regions are actively involved in building a platform of cooperation, bilateral cooperation between Poland and Ukraine. But as a Association of Polish Regions, we have established two additional platforms of cooperation with the associations firstly of Croatian Županijas, Association of Županijas in Croatia, and then with Association of Czech Republic regions. So formally, as an Association of Polish Regions, we have established the cooperation with two national, I would say, the associations with Croatian and Czechian. So I think that it would be good to develop our international cooperation and to establish some kind of formal of cooperation with the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities, which you are representing. I don't like to say too much. I think that there is a lot of the common interests. First of all, I think that it will be quite interesting for our Ukrainian partners to share our experiences with the creation of a relatively strong and relatively independent regional authorities in Poland. You may know that Polish regions were established in the 1999. So we are still relatively young level of self-government because the oldest in Poland were communities and municipalities which were created in the 1990. But I think that in Poland right now the associations, the regions, are relatively strong because we have a lot of the duties, a lot of responsibilities from the hospitals through regional railways to the cultural institutions. So wide range of different responsibilities in Poland. And on the other hand, our importance is because we are distributing European money on the regional level. So it is it is very strong tool to regional development. So we need to cooperate with our municipalities, with our cities to develop whole region. And thanks to European money, it is much easier. So especially at the moment when Ukraine is seriously considering, and Europe is seriously considering and perceive the future of Ukraine inside Europe, I think that it is good to be well prepared in this on this regional level. I have to maybe I can tell you that our reform in the 1999, establishing strong regions, was not a coincidence. It was a very wise decision ahead of our accession in 2004 to European Union. So it was a process of preparation to full accession, and we were prepared as a regional level to then develop regional development policy. and I think that it is a very good case how to follow, how to learn from our mistakes in those time, and it is something what we can offer you. And so what I would suggest that to meet in person in as soon as possible with President of the Congress, and I hope that then we can develop our ideas and maybe then formalize our cooperation. Certainly, after our meeting and after today's meeting, I will brief our board because we have 5 members of a board, 5 marshals of a region in the board, and convince them that it is a very good idea to establish quite good and quite perspective platform of cooperation between our association and your Congress. So maybe at this moment it is all from my side, and of course I'm very open. If you have any question to me, I will try to reply. So thanks again once again for inviting me, and waiting if you have any questions.
Дякуємо вам,
Thank
пане
you,
Ольгред.
Olgred. I think that we will have still a chance for questions. I know that we are supposed to have simultaneous interpretation rights. I hope that you hear us, and I would like to express my gratitude to Algred for participating in our Congress hearings, and I think that we could really plan a meeting or a separate session, joint meeting of Polish regions and Ukrainian regions. I guess this would be a good idea, which has just occurred to me, so I decided to mention it, though I have not agreed upon it with Mr. Viktor Makita, because he is actually to pass the decision. But that would be a great idea, I guess. It would be of interest and it would be useful. And besides expressing my gratitude to Olgrid, I would like to express my gratitude to all Polish regions, including powiats and gminas, and the role of interregional cooperation is really important. So thank you for supporting Ukraine so actively. And I think that this cooperation is particularly relevant for us now in the context of European integration. So let's hope that we will really arrange a meeting like this. Thank you, Algred. So we have several options now. We may still listen to Yuri Tretiak, and then during the coffee break, we will be able to discuss the information he presents. So he's the head of the group of advisors, senior advisor on cohesion policy of the EU. And he is the representative of the project support of the development of effective regional policy in the context of European integration of Ukraine and war challenges. Thank you. So I hope that you can hear me. And I would actually like to present a lot of things, but I can see that we are pressed for time. And let me probably start with saying that there could be several suggestions regarding what has been mentioned by Vitaly Bazin, and it's through the prism of some criticism that we already heard about the plan of Ukraine, saying that this plan for Ukraine still does not fully take into account the interests of regions and communities. I would like to say that our regional policy since 2008, 2009 has been majorly built following the EU principles, and the legislation we have drafted, the law and the principles of the state regional policies and some other bylaws are pro-European laws because they presuppose the same system of regional development and management as they have in the EU. So this is all about planning of the development via strategies, implementation plans. It's about the funding from the Regional Development Fund, implementations through projects, and we have been mentioning hard projects and soft projects. Unfortunately, we have managed to implement only hard projects like construction, repairs, and so on. And also it goes to monitoring and evaluation. So we already have all these components in the law. But when we heard the news about the candidate status of Ukraine, I guess that colleagues dealing with regional policies were most happy uh, because we understand that the core investment policy of the EU is cohesion policy. More than 1/3 of the money from the EU is allocated going through different funds, mainly three ones: the European Regional Development, Cohesion Fund, and Social Fund. So the money is mainly going to that cohesion policy. Over the recent period, there has also been established the Just Transition Fund, which deals with climate change and the European Green Deal. So this is a new element of the EU policy for 2021-2027. We were happy that Ukraine got this candidate status, and for quite a period of time, we were waiting for the EU to announce what its approach is towards supporting Ukraine on its way to accession to the EU would be. So on the 21st and 22nd of June, we heard the news about the EU facility for Ukraine and the requirements concerning the preparation of the plan under which Ukraine will get 50 billion. I would like to mention it right away that we have translated those 70 pages of the draft regulation, and this document is available on the website of the Civil Society Institute. And I would urge all the colleagues from local and regional authorities to get acquainted with the document, because you need to realize that European legislation is a bit different from the Ukrainian one, and we need to get accustomed to it right now. Also, on the 17th of July, we published an article because we realized that the work on the plan would be launched right now, and we would be pressed for time. So Vitaly Basin, Anatoly Tkachuk, and me published an article in Zarkalo Tizhnya, the Mirror of the Week, which is entitled "Plans, Money, Territories, People. How do we create a plan for Ukraine to which the EU would be eager to give 50 billion euros?" There we described what the plan for Ukraine should be. Should it be a sectoral plan, or should it be a territory-based plan? Because the core investment policy of the EU focuses on the development of the most depressive territories, most vulnerable territories, and it's not the sectoral policies that are in the focus of attention of the EU. The main thing for them is the cohesion policy, which rechannels the money into the development of the least developed regions. That is the core of the policies. And today, Alexander has mentioned quite a lot about Ukraine plan, but we can see that, unfortunately, according to our information, there is, well, I don't know whether it has been settled or not, but 38 billion euros will be spent on microfinancial support of Ukraine, which is important, nobody doubts. We need to use this money in order to finance our management, our governments on all levels, because we are facing a lot of problems with this. The second direction, about 9 billion, will be the money going to mixed forms of funding for business and credit funding. Crediting. It's also important because the economy should be developing even in the times of war. And the third pillar is technical aid. But somehow we don't see the mechanisms for real financing of territory development, because microfinancial support is the direction which would presuppose two elements for Ukraine: reforms and public investment into the development of territories, primarily territories. And now this element is not there within the first pillar of Ukraine plan. So our project has several suggestions which we want to be included into the minutes of our Congress hearings, and we guess that they need to be taken into account by the ministry and by the government when they work further on this plan. So the first suggestion is that within the first pillar, we will envisage funding for operational programs for the development of some functional types of territories under the law on the principles of the state regional policy. Why is it important? It's important because we will never learn to work following the European rules of the game until we start working with this money and until we start bringing and implementing those rules step by step in our Ukrainian legislation. So we have this transition period 2024-2027, and if we don't use this period for learning how to work following the EU rules with money, we will lose a lot of time, and we will actually enter the EU. I will not tell you when, of course, but we will not be ready at that point in time to use the money, the resources Ukrainian regions need badly. So we would insist that we have to include into this first pillar the funding for functional types of territories, and that will allow different territories to develop. The amount of money does not matter that much. It could be 100 million, 200 million euros, and as compared to 38 billion, it's not a lot. Our ministry, the Ministry of Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development, well, you have mentioned that the ministry has been reorganized, and we shouldn't mention the previous ministry that was before us. But actually, we have been working on this direction since 2014, and we have developed different types of operational programs for different types of territories. Back then, not having this prospect of accession to the EU, we were still elaborating the policy of working with our regions and using the money of the EU for this. We had some success stories, we probably had some failures, but I guess that in general we achieved some progress. The second pillar, credit money, credit facilities. Again, we have to have a chance to support the money given to business credits for different types of territories. Now, mainly large companies in large cities can get the money, but if we talk about small towns, the second tier towns, villages, urban villages, they don't have those chances. That's why regional development agencies need to be reinforced and strengthened as for now. And they need to understand how the second pillar of the Ukraine plan is going to operate, and they need to support local and regional business in order to give them the chance of getting the money. Because otherwise, again, the cities, large cities, will be developing, but more vulnerable territories will never get the money. And as far as the second pillar is concerned, we also need to have the possibility for crediting regional councils and local self-government bodies out of the EU money. We need to learn how to work with the credit facilities from the EU. We work with them, with this money via the European Investment Bank, but this is one thing. And within the cohesion policy, this is a different mechanism, and we need to get ready for that. And the third pillar, which is technical aid, and here we would mention that we would need a section in the section on technical aid, a provision that for 2024-2027, we need to prepare our regional policy management system for the requirements of Section 22.2, which means that we should envisage co-funding of such programs, and we need to have the selection process for projects and programs within this cohesion policy direction. We need to take into account different elements related to statistics, public-private partnership, and other things to which they pay attention in the EU. And over the whole period, we need to be getting technical aid and to prepare our management, our administration system, which presupposes availability of an extended system with monitoring, audit, management bodies. These are all specific things, and we cannot wait for 4 years and then learn how to do this. It should be within this transition period that we learn to do this. And the third thing is that we need to strengthen the administrative capacity of those bodies. We need to provide funding to these bodies because at the point of our accession, we should already have skilled people ready to work in that system. I'm about to finish, and here is the fourth thing, programming or program development. We need to prepare the partnership agreement, which is the core document before we start a 7-year period. So every country prepares this partnership agreement in order to be able to use the structural and investment funds of the EU. We should have operational programs that comply with the overall cohesion policy, EU cohesion policy standards, and the monitoring system, financial audit system, reporting system. All these things need to be included into the section in the Ukraine plan related to regional policy. If we don't include these items, we will just lose the period of 4 years. Thank you, Yuri, for a very informative speech and for your suggestions. I guess that they will also get to our recommendations of the Congress hearings for us to be able to also bring these suggestions to the notice of the respective central authorities. And I think that our Office for European Integration will also support us. I'm somehow confident about that, because we normally do everything together. Good colleagues, so there is a request coming from our Polish colleague, Marcin Nowacki, who is the co-chairperson of the civil society platform EU Ukraine of the European Economic and Social Committee and vice president of ZPP, which is the Union of Employees and Employers of the Republic of Poland. I think that we will give the floor to him for 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes, for him to be also able to share some of the recommendations he has on the matters that we are discussing today. Marcin Nowacki, you're very much welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Mr. Viktor Mikita for the invitation to join you today. I'm actually in the ZPP's office in Kiev, and sending you best regards from your capital. ZPP is one of the largest business organizations in Poland, and we have a broad presence here in Ukraine. We assist both Polish and Ukrainian companies in business-to-business contacts. We are glad to welcome a number of Ukrainian companies, products, services entering Polish market. And every time you have a company from your region willing to address Polish clients, to get new exposure to the international markets, including Poland and the EU, we are welcome to assist to those companies. We do the same here in Ukraine with our office and the presence. We assist Polish companies in the presence, getting to know Ukrainian market, the business environment, working with administration. So this is where we as a business group want to assist. I want to follow up on the speech of Mr. Ilkov. I agree that Ukraine is getting closer and closer in terms of EU integration. It's really happening from the technical point of view, but we need to be jointly super active to make sure that the Council, at the end of the day, the Council, all member states must decide on opening the negotiations with Ukraine. And this is where we should cooperate as much as possible to make sure that other member states are willing to take this decision later this year. We are strongly pushing in the ESSC, the European Economic Social Committee, for the opening of negotiations. Yesterday, we had an event with a number of sectors here in Ukraine, agri-food sector, transport sector, and also production, where we discussed the way they can comply with the EU regulations. There are a number of technicalities. The good thing is that Poland has still a history, the institutional history, and also within our business, we still remember our negotiation process with the EU. We had 31 areas of negotiations, and I think about 12, 13
had so-called transition periods. So you need to be aware, and also this is where we speak with Ukrainian business and specific sectors, that there are ways to have specific transition periods. Sometimes those periods are difficult because it means that you have some quotas, or you can later join some of the freedoms of the EU. But in most cases, this is a positive thing, where you negotiate, you discuss the way you can be kind of bit late with some of the standardization regulations that is required by the EU. There's lots of work to be done. It's about 3,000 regulations from the acquis, from the EU acquis to implement. But again, the sectors that are kind of most difficult to work with are similar, used to be similar in Poland as in Ukraine. So again, agri-food sector, very important for us to integrate both markets in the longer perspective, to make sure that logistic chains, the transport, mostly by rail, is feasible. Standardization of production and being comply with the EU rules. This is a long process, but in a number of companies it's already happening. That there are companies from Ukraine fully ready to enter the single market, and we can also, with our research centers in Poland, provide the certification of Ukrainian companies. We can help to address that need. I wanted at the end to say about one thing. We just got the new package of insurance products for companies regarding their presence in Ukraine. It was signed just a couple of days before by the president of Poland. It's the broadest insurance scheme that we have right now from the EU member states, that addresses the need to be present in Ukraine during the time of war. It means that right now Polish, but also international companies with Polish partners, can enter Ukraine with the investment, with the business presence, and can get the insurance of that business presence during the time of war. It also covers the transport sector, so our transport can finally enter Ukraine. Also, the load can be insured, so that's a kind of game changer in terms of business presence of Polish investors, Polish companies in Ukraine. They are safe in terms of financial risk to bring their investments, their business presence to Ukraine. It's brand new regulation, but already came into force, and we expect that the movement of Polish investors will be much higher. Even now in Kiev, we are with a group of 16 companies, Polish companies, willing to be more present in Ukraine. Thank you again for the invitation. We're glad and proud to work with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Thank you very much for your advice that you have voiced. I also hope that those who keep a shorthand will be able to take a lot from these recommendations regarding the development of business and many other issues. I think that they should be taken into account when the roadmap is being implemented in Ukraine. And then now there is a suggestion that we take a break. I would like to ask everyone to come back very quickly. You can take sandwiches, coffee, and come back here, like we are. Like, imagine that we are working in the fields. So bring your sandwiches and come here. In 10 minutes, we are back.
Идем банкомат клоником.
Let's continue. More than 200 people have registered. I don't know how many people are listening now, but it doesn't matter. But the results of our work will be affected by the contents and the recommendations that we come up with. Now, dear colleagues, we have a very respectable sir who in June he was a member of our delegation. He's a member of parliament. We met in Warsaw. Mr. Jan Albrecht, a deputy, a European Parliament member of 4 convocations, a former mayor of the city of Accession. Mr. Jan, you are here with us. We're very pleased to see you. And we pass our greetings from our team who met with you in Warsaw in June. It was very interesting to hear your speech back then, and this audience today is much broader. We have representatives of regional bodies, authorities of Ukraine, oblast councils, military administrations and experts and other people. We would like to hear your recommendations, your advice for local and regional authorities regarding what tasks we have to fulfill on the way to European integration. Please, the floor is yours, Mr. Jan.
I can speak English. Is it okay? Yes? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. The translator here can hear you. Yes, you can speak in English. Yes, we can hear you. I'm translating from English into Ukrainian. Yes. Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Please.
I will speak English. Yes, okay. So first of all, thank you for the invitation. And by the way, I am not Albrecht, but Olbricht. Albrecht was a Polish king, and that's why very often the people they made a mistake with my name. My name is Jan Olbricht, and but I am here in my city. When I was the mayor of the city, and next I was also the president of the region. So that's why all the problems concerning local and regional are very close to me, because I was 8 years the mayor, 4 years the president of region Śląsk, Silesia, and next the member of European Parliament. In the Parliament, I am working especially on the European funds and the European budget in general. So let me share with you some of the elements which are important. Of course, there is a very, very long debate concerning the preparation for European integration, but this is the very long-term process. And of course, this is the question how to prepare itself for this process. I can not to enter into details, I would like to share with you our experience in Poland. So it means that what we did before the accession, about 14 years before the accession, we changed and we reinforce the local authorities and later regional authorities without European Union. So it means that we reinforce the local authorities. We gave them a lot of competences. We made a very strong decentralization. Next, when we created the regions, of course, the regions, they got a lot of competences. And when we had the pre-accession funds, we decided in Poland to give the competences to manage the funds, about 40% of funds managed by the regions. So for this, I must say, because I know that you have quite developed local and regional authorities, but I think that while knowing how it works in EU, it's important to really strengthen the decentralization of the country and giving the very clear more competences to local and regional authorities. What changed in Poland is also after the accession to the EU was the quality of administration. The quality of administration. I mean, we entered in something what the people criticized, because many people criticize that this is the European bureaucracy. But in fact, it was very good for us because it was well organized, based on procedures and not on the chaotic elements, based on the public procurement, transparency of spending the money, civil service, and of course a strong decentralization. So just to make this short remark, I think that when you are from the local and regional authorities, the best way to prepare to the enlargement is to reinforce the local and regional authorities before the enlargement. Because this is what you can do yourself, and this is not that the Brussels will ask you to do. I think that this is what we did, and it was quite a success, because we did it, as I said, 14 years before the enlargement. That's why we had quite a big success with the funds. Second element, which I would like to underline, is a question of the financial aid to Ukraine by European Union today. I don't want to analyze everything which has been done in the past. You know it very well, different kinds of funds which can be sent, also the MFA, the macro-financial assistance, which is now this year 18 billion. And of course, this is a special program to produce and to sell the ammunition for Ukraine, etc. Everything, you know it very well, so I don't want to make the publicity to the European Union what we have done. The question is what will be next? And I think that this is quite important for you. Now we are discussing in the European Parliament, but also in the European Council, the new proposal which is coming from the European Commission, which is called European Facility. European Commission proposes to the governments of EU the altogether 50 billion euros, and which is of course for example in Polish language is miliardy, 50 billion. So, but the discussion is now going on. And I think it will be very, very interesting that you will follow the whole debate. Why? Because the first question is, if the governments, 27 governments, if they agree to give to the European budget additional money. As you know, in this 50 billion, this is 33 is loans and the rest is grants. And I think that the question to the governments, and now it's in the hands of the governments of EU, will they agree to do it from the 1st of January 2024. And I think because if not, we have the MFA, the macro financial assistance is finished at the end of the year. So we have to do something, and we know it very well. The question is how to do it, what is the money, and where is the money from? But I think for you, it's not the question where is the money from. For you is the question how the money should be spent. So that's why I would like to draw your attention to some of the elements of this Ukrainian facility, which is now under preparation, now under preparation. And there are some elements which will be extremely important for local and regional authorities. Why? Because in the past, there were some actions made by the European regions and cities together with Ukrainian regions and cities. Some of them are very, what we call the not very hard project. It's like the know-how transfer, information, training, etc. There are some programs in the cross-border cooperation, and this works quite well, cross-border. In contrary, up to now, the second part of the cooperation, which is called transnational cooperation, which is not with the cross-border, not with the border regions, but with all the regions, it doesn't have a real big scope now, and is much more organized by the Ukrainian government's body than the regions. So I think to draw your attention that the not cross-border, but transnational programs, this is the official name, transnational programs should be in a stronger way reinforced by the Ukrainian regions. And this is if not, there will be only the kind of, I said, preparation, training, etc., which is important. But I know that what you need is also money to function and to reconstruct. But concerning the Ukrainian facility, this facility will be organized around 3 pillars. One pillar, if it's accepted, I hope it will be accepted. If it's accepted, the first pillar is the financial support to the state in the form of grants and loans. But if this is said about state, of course, it means that Ukraine will have to prepare the plan, and the plan which will of course include the strong participation in the preparation of the local and regional authorities. I will quote you the text of this document, which is now under preparation. I quote, "The preparation and implementation by Ukraine of the plan should take particular account of the situation in Ukraine's regions and municipalities, having regard to their specific needs for recovery and reconstruction, reform, modernization, and decentralization, and should be done in consultation with regional, local, urban, and other public authorities in accordance with the multi-level governance." This is one element. I think that you should keep it in mind that this is in the new law, which is under preparation, now under preparation. The other part, in Article 7, I quote, "When preparing the plan in accordance with Article 16, Ukraine shall take particular account of situation in Ukraine's regional, local, and urban areas, having regard to their specific needs for recovery and reconstruction, reform, modernization, and decentralization. And the preparation and implementation of the Ukraine plan shall be done in consultation with regional, local, urban, and other public authorities." So I'm just saying to you, because it's not yet finished, but this new law, it will be the law. It means that if it's the law about Ukrainian facility, it means that you in Ukraine, your regions, you can refer to this saying that the preparation consultation decision should be made together with regional authorities, because this is in the plan. If it's not the case, the money will probably not be sent for the concrete issues. There's also another two pillars, just to remind you that that the second pillar is the question of investment framework, and this is about the mobilization public and private investment in Ukraine. This is second pillar, and the third pillar is technical assistance and supporting measures, including mobilization of expertise. Please now be very careful, including mobilization of expertise on reforms, support for municipalities, civil society, and other forms of bilateral assistance normally available for pre-accession countries under the instrument of pre-accession. So, in fact, what I want to tell you is that when you ask about the preparation for the European integration, in fact, this plan of Ukrainian facility will be an important step in the preparation. It's like in Poland, for example, we had the pre-accession funds, and pre-accession funds, they help us to change the country. So I think that the European Ukrainian facility can be also the instrument for you to use it and to influence the whole process in Ukraine. Me, as a former president of region, I must say that we did it. We did it. We use the European law to reinforce the importance of regions. We did it before the accession, referring to the European law. So let me finalize to say that what I wanted to say is the first, of course, I think that the process of integration has started. It's clear. So if there is a green light, it can change a lot of things in your country. The second element, please observe the works on the Ukrainian facility. Of course, if you need any information, we can be in touch. I can send you each version of the law. But I think that the law will be made in coming weeks. And next, it will be in power. And the question is, it's not only about money. It's also about the reform of Ukraine to be prepared to getting the money. So I think that this is very important for you to be updated and to be informed what is going on and where are the preparation inside the European Union. That's it, and I would like to thank you very much for the invitation, hoping that there will be the time that I can come personally and to discuss it as someone who was as a mayor, as a president of region, and a member of parliament. So I keep the fingers crossed, and I hope that everything will be better. I don't think it's good, but better than today. Thank you very much, and have a good conference and seminar and a very fruitful talks. Thank you.
Дуже дякую, пане Ян Ольбрехт.
Thanks a lot, Jan. Your participation in our event makes it professional level higher, and your pieces of advice are extremely important and precious for us. And we know about your support of Ukraine. We know that you are all the time giving recommendations, and the decisions that you advocate in the European Parliament are also important. So we are really grateful to you, and let us wish you new victories, so to say, and see you. Thank you. Thank you. I think that the recommendations that we have heard are really relevant. I could see that everyone was listening, and everyone was, someone even was jotting it down or making a record, a video of that speech. So I guess it's really important to take this into account while we are drafting our suggestions. And actually, this echoes very much with what Yuri Tretiak said. So let's go on. And according to our agenda, we have Artem Husak, who is the advisor to the deputy head of the Office of the President of Ukraine. He'll be brief and in the context of what we have already discussed, he will briefly give a notice, a message for us. So Artem, are you here? Let me give the floor to you. Yes, good afternoon to everyone. I'm happy to participate in one more regular Congress hearing and to hear relevant messages from all speakers. It's really important that our European colleagues have joined us in this today's event because they have the valuable experience that could help us. Some of them are directly involved in the development of the report of the European Commission on the implementation of the requirements set for Ukraine and the way to launching the process of negotiation on accession to the EU. It's also important that the people present here inform the society, executive and legislative authorities, and we hope that such events will help us coordinate our work better and to share the recommendations with our local and regional authorities. Since, as the President of Ukraine has stressed at the recent meeting of the Congress, the tasks on our path towards the EU are delegated not just to the representatives of diplomacy, but to local and regional authorities. And when we speak about the initiatives of the Congress and new opportunities for supporting local policies and development, I'm happy to tell you about the new platform for cohesive communication and coordination, which is called Regional Offices of International Cooperation. And since recently, they have started functioning in all the regions of Ukraine in affiliation with the regional military administrations. And already now they help us establish cooperation with foreign partners. Those offices have coordination meetings, forums for internal and external stakeholders, which are communities, regional development agencies, regional councils, CSOs, businesses. They unite them by cluster and territorial approach. They have meetings with international partners. And their goal is to activate the needs and to give their suggestions and projects. Within the office operation, they activate cooperation with the twin cities and produce new contacts and get united into joint regional delegations for the sake of comprehensive representation of the region. And they try to convey the messages about the interests of specific communities. Within their operation, we already got some cases of investment attraction, and in some regions, the representatives of those offices have already managed to engage some project teams to kind of reinforce and strengthen their institutional capacity and to ensure uninterrupted ongoing communication with partners. And here my special thanks go to the most active regions and to the partners which already support our initiative, so that from the pilot period we are going over to a kind of a reporting period. As far as the concept of the office is concerned, we informed about it in April this year at the International Summit of Cities and Regions, and we've got the first results. So thanks a lot for consultative support to the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities of the Council of Europe, to the Council of Europe in Ukraine, to the EU delegation in Ukraine, and the Committee of the EU regions, which together with its member regions supports our regions and provides a platform for them in Brussels. The UNDP program has already launched for offices in Mykolaiv, Donetsk, Luhansk, and Kharkiv regions. And they are becoming sort of centers for working and for having meetings for regional offices. GIZ also supports 2 offices in Mykolaiv and Chernihiv regions, and they also engage the teams consisting of the representatives of civil society. Of course, I would like to thank UCORD and the Swiss Embassy because they support not only this event, but also 4 regional development agencies that have recently won competition, the bidding process in 3 regions, or 4 regions. The Partnership for Strong Ukraine also has its regional coordinators which support work locally as the international departments used to do it. And their goal is to coordinate international partners and to coordinate them with the work of the communities. Thanks a lot to the USAID. They support large-scale events, and soon we are going to have a forum in Odessa. They also create analytical portals like Lviv region, and thanks a lot to CPA4, which helps with the development of the community passports. Regional officers keep working with the Cities for Cities platform, getting new results. Twin cities, from them we got municipal utility equipment which goes to our regions. And there are also some regions that have their representative offices in the regions of Ukraine. Suppose Lodz Voivodeship and the South Czech area will soon establish their representative offices in Vinnytsia region. And there are also some countries that have responded to the president's suggestion on patronage of the most affected territories of Ukraine. This is France, regions of France, in particular Île-de-France, as well as the president, Mr. Macron, and his advisors pay a lot of attention to Chernihiv region, to Kiev region. This is also Germany, and this is the presidential patronage of President Steinmeier, with special focus on the lands of Germany to Chernihiv region. Denmark, Estonia. So Denmark supports Mykolaiv region, Estonia supports Zhytomyr region. These are also consulates which provide packages of financial aid and finance some reconstruction projects. Business is invited. It was last week that Brightbird company opened its representative office in Mykolaiv, and the task of this office will be to engage and to bring Danish business to Mykolaiv for you to develop there. And they also support large forums. So patronage is about leadership, not a commitment to reconstruct the whole region. It's just leadership in a specific region and special attention and consolidation of the effort of their regions, volunteers, businesses, CSOs, and governments, and their special attention to a specific region. So this is kind of territorial patronage, or we could also have the so-called cluster-based patronage, as in the example of Japan, as far as the energy issues are concerned. I personally think that the prospects are great. The approach is decentralized, and they are in line with the government strategy, but they also have their own priorities, and they independently communicate with the partners in the regions and communities. Regional congresses, new formats, invited partners, diplomatic missions to Ukraine, our diplomatic missions, international organizations, so they can better hear what problems we are facing, and when they hear about those problems, they can address regional offices. And it was yesterday that we had a meeting of the regional congress on the matters and on the challenges in Kharkiv region. And before that, we used to have the same event for Kherson region, and we will have such congresses throughout the country. So we would urge foreign partners to join in the process and to hear what their relevant local needs are. I'm sure that we will have a lot of achievements, so I'm urging everyone to join in the process, and thank you for your invitation. Thank you, Artem. Well, still, it's too early for you to deliver such long presentations, but anyway, thank you. It has been really informative, and we will use this information. And let's continue. Let's go over to the next block of issues, which is related to the cohesion policy and regional development. Well, these are all interrelated issues, the things we mentioned in the first block of issues and what we're going to discuss in this block. So let's keep working, and to give a kind of a democratic flair, let's give the floor to Alexeychuk Alexander, who is the chairperson of the Committee on Cooperation, Subcommittee on Cooperation of our Profile Committee, and of course the MP of Ukraine. And he's in Zoom, and he would like to share his impressions on what our events looks like in the online format. Alexander, can you hear us? Yes, I can. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, Vyacheslav, Vitaly, I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you very well. So good afternoon, Vyacheslav, dear colleagues, dear head of the regional military administration, all those present. Well, concerning the Zoom format, it's much more interesting to be staying in the room because live communication is always better. And if you are listening and you don't have a chance to communicate on all those matters during the break, well, that is, of course, a disadvantage. But anyway, it's good that I have this advantage of listening to you, not being with side by side with you, and hearing the experience of our colleagues from abroad and their recommendations concerning the changes in the legislative framework and the approaches to regional policy. And this is the experience of the neighboring countries that have already become the EU member states. It's really important to have this information. Let me briefly state that I fully support Mr. Albrecht's idea about having a plan, and it's also the idea mentioned by Yuri Tretyak, and I was not present at the beginning of the meeting, but I'm sure that Alexander Kachur and Vitaly Byazin also mentioned this at the beginning. We should have a strategy, because it's now that we should be training our regional institutions and get them ready for the opportunities that will open up to our country after the negotiations procedure is launched.
Європейському Союзі це програма Інтерек.
There is a program called Interest aimed to support regions in Europe. We are grateful to the EU for providing this opportunity to our country. For my part, as legislators and in our committee, we are trying to do everything we can to make sure that our regions and communities have more broader opportunities to be involved in these programs and to be involved in interregional cooperation within the country and with other countries. So therefore, the draft we have designed together with Vitaly Byazin and other colleagues from my committee will provide the instruments and make it possible to have higher quality work. The cooperation between territories. This Congress is a platform where we can come up with proposals for changes, generate ideas, and come up with strategies which will help our regions and our communities and the whole country. Even during the war, to achieve a success that will help restore and rebuild the economy in the country. I'm going to continue listening to ideas to next speakers. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alexander. For our part, we expect that this draft law that we have considered here in Zakarpattia as well to be considered in Parliament as soon as possible. I'm talking about the law on trans-border cooperation. We have a lot of questions regarding cooperation. Trans-border cooperation. It can help us more with our European integration than some words. Thank you. To continue, Dmytro Levch, expert of the UCORD project, which provides support to this event, Center for Economic Development. I hope that you will be quick. So thank you very much. Thank you for this invitation. I'm very pleased to be here in my homeland and talk about recovery. It's a very important topic because it covers at least two important processes: European integration and economic recovery. We all understand that Ukraine is in a difficult situation now. The Ukrainian economy stood firm last year, and it will will stand this year and will start modernization process. According to forecasts of the World Bank, the losses are more than $400 billion. We understand that there are lots of instruments for reconstruction. Ukraine facility is one of these tools. One of these. We mentioned. We haven't mentioned other tools, the development of private sector, but a lot has been said about the role of integration of Ukraine and the role of the European Union, the role of the accession of Ukraine, and the access to single market. We all are aware that these mega trends of economic recovery and further integration of Ukrainian economy with the European EU economy, they can either collide or bring a great synergy. Even Ukraine's accession to a free trade agreement with the European Union affected the Ukraine regions in different ways. Western and central regions took advantage and for the development of the regions, which required development of human capital. They were successful in European markets. We understand that the industries that were less difficult, which exported a lot of commodities to the world markets, especially to Eastern markets, they couldn't change their orientation. So we have to prepare a balanced plan which will take into account priorities of different territories, of different regions. I fully agree with Mr. Mikita that subjectivity of communities starts with economy. It's a very important factor, but this subjectivity of communities will also be reflected by their cohesion and how good their institutional capacity is and how well communities are prepared to be part of the recovery process. We have to understand that the project development and this project has to be increased at the level of communities, but we have to be all aware that it's important to coordinate communities at the level of regions, at the nationwide level. The regions have to understand a plan, and a number of regions begin to think and create recovery programs. We are thinking about that already in Odessa Oblast, and they're already thinking about it, how to recover, how to rebuild the economy, how to develop the economy of these regions. A lot of challenges arise. More than millions of Ukrainians are staying abroad. Will they come back after the victory? It's a big question. So lots of people relocated from Western and Eastern regions to Western regions. Will they go back to their home? Well, there are a number of people who became IDPs. Will they go back to their regions, or will they? Maybe they will be more integrated with the regions where they are living now. There are a number of challenges. We have to use a more comprehensive policy with regard to the economic geography of Ukraine. Ukraine facility is already seeking answers to some questions regarding the development of sectors, regarding business climate, and how we should work, we should develop human capital. And we should also understand that Ukraine facility is not the only plan that Ukraine will move forward with. We have to understand that the role of private sector is big too. Last year we analyzed more than 20 cases of post-war recovery, and we understand that more than 30% of the total amount of investments was at the expense of the cooperation of state and private partnership, and Ukraine will not be an exception to this rule. Indeed, the topic is important. European integration, regional development are things that can be united, combined. They cannot collide. Our task is to make sure that to prepare the accession process as possible, because we need both. We need each other. Ukraine needs the EU, and the EU needs us. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to give the floor to Anatoly Tkachuk. He and Vera Tretyak. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Finally, we have met, and the topic of today's Congress hearing, was conceived during our conversations. I think it's only the beginning today, because we see from our recommendation that it requires a lot of work. We understand that we are living in war conditions, but we have to move even faster in these conditions. But somebody is moving, but is standing at the same spot at the same time. But I would like to give the floor now to Anatoly Tkachuk, the senior advisor for legislation and expert for regional policy within the context of European integration. Why don't they give short names for posts? But his post again is too long. He's an associate professor too. Yeah, you could have introduced me without my position. I have a presentation. Could you switch it on? I thought we would be able to speak a lot and at length. If you don't know physics and you've never heard about inertia, because it's very difficult to understand these issues. But when we talk about the European Union cohesion, it's important to try to start with philosophy and conclude with something very concrete. I've prepared 39 slides, but I will show you only 6 slides. All the rest you can see online later. First of all, pay attention that the support by the United States of the Ukraine's integration is a big step. It means that our movement is absolutely correct. The most important philosophical thing. Today we've heard a lot. We've used a lot of this word cohesion. Please pay attention to the last paragraph. And what does cohesion mean? It's a combination of a few components: identity, how well we identify ourselves as Ukrainians and Europeans. Next component is trust. How much do we trust each other? How much do we trust authorities, regional and national? And how much does the authority or do the authorities trust us? What is accessibility? To what extent, how accessible are regions to the capital, and how accessible are territorial communities to the administrative centers, how accessible are services to local people, and how asymmetric or non-asymmetric these services are. And the next is cooperation, collaboration. Do we work together? Do we collaborate with citizens? I mean, collaboration between local authorities, military administrations. All these are reflected further. I'll skip these slides. And when we talk about our future victory and how we're going to work in Ukraine later, please pay attention to this survey, the latest survey rating group. It shows how ready we are to work with people according to different components. You see the problem of currently occupied territories. That's the situation that is very difficult. We have to take this into account. Next, this slide shows asymmetry. Asymmetry continues to increase, to rise, is on the rise. It shows that we haven't come up with, we haven't planned our public investments in an adequate way. We haven't been able to attract private investments so that this asymmetry is reduced. What about the challenges? Deputy Minister mentioned today that a new state strategy is being drafted and it faces a lot of challenges. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that it's important to understand key issues. One of these key challenges is not just occupation of territories, but the creation of 4 objective macro regions. One macro region is occupied territories. It's one. Then the second macro region is territories bordering the front line and bordering Belarus and Russia. These are dangerous territories, and if we look at the whole border of Ukraine with Russia and Belarus, it's 2,000, for more than 2,000 kilometers long. If you look at the territories that are mined, it's 4,000 kilometers. They are outside our economy. If you look at 30-kilometer territories, 90,000 more. So we have to take these numbers into account when we plan our activities. These territories bordering these critical lines are very restricted economically in terms of human potential, and we cannot apply the same rules to them, the rules that are applied to other territories. The next macro region is central Ukraine.
The security risks that are not that serious, and they have better opportunities, and they can also support the front line in our defense capacity. And the third macro region is the rear, where all basic economic capacities are relocating, and that is where Ukraine is going to be developed, in particular after its integration in the EU. We have identified 12 challenges like this one. You could have a look at them. And by the way, here is another map I would like to show you. In fact, you can see that Ukraine has lost the core thing, which is transportation capacity, transport capacity, or transit capacity. Ukraine had become, unfortunately, a dead-end territory in the European Union, and we need to take this into account. Getting back to our topic, which is cohesion policy, I would like to mention that my colleague from the Dnipropetrovsk region has already referred to Article 174 of the EU founding treaty, and I think that we need to quote it. This is the core policy of the EU, and this article states directly that special attention should be paid to rural areas, to the territories affected by industrial transformations, to the regions affected by severe and ongoing natural or demographic calamities, and so on and so forth. So, in fact, this article, this treaty, already states that we have certain functional types of territories, and we could adjust and use this information. So when we are talking about the European understanding of cohesion stemming from Article 174, we can see that a Ukrainian legislative framework currently is rather close to the EU one. So what do we have now? We have got a well-developed framework legislation aimed at the implementation of the policy and development of the policy. We have the system of planning documents for regional development. We have an opportunity for applying a territorial approach. We have the state regional development strategy for 7 years, which has been aligned with the EU strategy. We have a financial tool, which is the regional state development fund. We have got the decentralization reform, and this actually constitutes the grounds for their decision on our having not bad results during the first analysis on our way to the European integration. But still, we are facing some hurdles. We've got sectoral legislation which has not been aligned with the framework legislation for the state regional policies. This is the first thing. And also, it does not take into account the war-related situation. Because suppose if we're talking where we should leave the tax on on individuals' income, where this tax should be paid, every region has its own peculiarities, and we are still not clear about that. We also don't have the common system of planning documents. As far as identification of the functional types of territories is concerned, it has already been done, but the result is not applicable. Also, the state regional development strategy 2027, of which we have already passed the first stage, has not been implemented. Why not? Because there was no program for regional development the way the law says that it should be there. The Regional Development Fund that actually corresponds to the best European practices did not start fully functioning because they never had this 1%. And they did not comply with the rules of avoiding manual administration. Sectoral policies are also implemented with no due account of the territorial effect. Here I have the head of Regional Council of Khmelnytsky region. Last year I went to the places where I used to live in my young years of life, and I saw that two villages, one of them used to be the center of the village council, the other one was like an accompanying village, but the situation has changed. This accompanying village still has some huts and people, but in the central village, we don't have half of the houses. It's so strange. How did it happen? And one of the reasons behind it is that there used to be two platforms for the two train platforms and for the intercity train, so close to this small village. It is still there, but close to the large village is no longer there. So people, if they don't have any job, they are moving because they need to commute. So we need to analyze such aspects and the impact certain things will have on the territory. Well, we have prepared kind of priority tasks for each of the challenges I've mentioned, and you can see the recommendations on what needs to be done. I think that we are ready to hand this information over to the ministry, to the committee, to the Congress, and let's probably try to all together kind of start moving, start going ahead with those changes, because war is a great challenge, but war has provided us a window of opportunities for accelerating the pace at which we're going, and it has given us the opportunity to take this last train on the way to EU and exceed the EU as a modernized and rather strong country. Thank you. Thank you, Anatoly. Well, I always need to interrupt or to comment, so it's still not the last train, but the steam train, steam engine, I would say. This is what you meant, but of course it's a joke, just a play in words. Okay, let's have 1-1. Nobody has one, right? Thank you, and it would really be good if the elaborations you have got could be generalized, and they could be kind of put into our recommendations, our common recommendations, and we will think it over how we could start going with this. Maybe it's for the ministry, maybe it's for the Congress. We will think it over. Column? Just a small comment. a short comment on what you have mentioned. You've been right in saying that suppose if the regional level will be the center of the focus of our attention by until 2027, I can give you an example. In the Dnipropetrovsk region, we have 3 districts which have been the most affected. It's like Nikopol, Sinelnikovo, Dnipro districts. And at the same time, we have Dnipro, Riga, and Kamensky, where people are going, to which they are moving. If we don't take this into account, we will see some mega urbanization, and in the areas which are constantly under attack, there will be no people. And the number of residents there will be going down and down. So that's the way it works. So when the Ministry of Economy is developing any state strategy, it needs to take this into account, and it needs to engage regional councils and regional military administrations, and they have to jointly work under this Article 174, which states that we have different functional types of territories. Yeah, we agree to this. Really, the state policy should be elaborated with due account of spatial development schemes and the plans of territory development. Unfortunately, this is not always the case. They just call it an object regional or facility regional policy. When they see a certain facility, they can start repairing something or doing something with it. But nobody thinks whether it's reasonable, whether it's convenient or not. We have schools without children. We have train stops where nobody needs them, and vice versa. There are no train stops in the places where people would need it badly. That's what we have. Thank you, Anatoly. Let's move on. Well, I would like to actually look through your 39 slides. Okay, our next speaker is Yuri Severin, the director of the Department of Regional Policy, and actually, he is always monitoring what is going on. So please, Yuri, you're very much welcome. Thank you for the invitation. A lot of things I meant to tell have already been mentioned, and these are the things related to our activity and to the activity of all those who are present here, because really it's an important topic, or rather range of topics, and we need to move on with those matters. We need to create the situation when we can actually apply all those tools in practice. And if we take the security situation, that's already a different block of issues, but development of regions is something that we need to be deeply involved in. As far as the government is concerned, Mrs. Ozarkina has already told you what the situation is. And she has mentioned that recently regional policy has been developing, and I hope that both Anatoly and all the other stakeholders will be engaged in the development of the regional policy. Well, unfortunately, the ministry works more with the regional administrations and not with local self-government bodies, but they are also engaged in that process. We keep communicating with local self-government authorities as well, and we try to engage them in those processes. It's sad that, unfortunately, cohesion, the notion which is mentioned in our topic, this issue was raised in the background of the war and the challenges that we are facing, unfortunately. But that's really true that we need this cohesion, and it's really true that we have now received a boost for the development of regions, and here we can talk about issues with IDPs and economic regional development. So, of course, all these challenges are in the focus of our attention, and the government, besides working on security issues, also works on the strengthening of the institutional capacity. And the focus has shifted, and the regions are now more in the focus of attention of the Office of the President, of the Cabinet of Ministers, and even the establishment of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities shows this and leads to the situation when we focus on the development of regions. And I think that this is priority number 2 after the security issues. And the money allocated by the government. You know that recently 60 billions have been allocated for the reconstruction of infrastructure, and there are 6 inhabited settlements that are undergoing the reconstruction process. And of course, all this aims at the reconstruction of some territories, destroyed territories, deoccupied ones. And there is already the new updated version of deoccupation of the territories and reconstructions of those territories. And it's clearly said who is in charge of what process. And now we're already developing the third option because, you know, the reality is changing and the challenging facing. And the plan we used to have in 2022 no longer works. It is no longer applicable. It needs to be updated. That's why this will also be happening, and we will see this third version of the plan in the nearest future. Here we have mentioned a number of interesting things, and I think that the Ministry of Recovery will work on those recommendations. And you know that we used to be the Ministry of Regional Development, and now we have this Ministry of Reconstruction and Recovery. So the mandate is still almost the same. And as a new ministry, we have started being better involved in the reconstruction policy, and they know more of regional development. So let's hope that we will work more on that, and the pace of our work will be better, because sometimes it took too much time if we wanted to launch that mechanism. So thanks a lot for every single opportunity you're providing, and let's get down to work. Thank you, Yuri. So you have mentioned that, well, there is already that version of the plan for a year, which is important. Now we have Mykola Miroslav Batratsky, the Deputy of the Parliament of Romania, the head of the Union of Ukrainians in Romania. Thanks a lot. I will try to keep within the time, because in the Parliament of Romania, we always keep to the time limit. We have very clear limits, and that's why that's what I can promise you right from the beginning. So first of all, let me express my gratitude to Mr. Mikita for the invitation and for the opportunity provided for me to speak to you on an important topic, which is important not only for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people, but I guess this is the topic important for Europe as such, and for the whole world, and for the neighboring states, for the countries that are members of Ukraine. Since you know it very well that I represent the Ukrainian national minority in the Romanian parliament, and the Ukrainian national minority lives on the border of Ukraine and Romania. So we are the first people to feel every single change ever occurring in Ukraine, or in the relationship between our countries. And one of our priorities is Ukraine. And you also know that from the very lobbied accession of the EU of Ukraine to the EU, and the reforms that are necessary for this to happen. We also know that right from the beginning, Romania was actively involved in the implementation of specific reforms in Ukraine in different areas. And now you probably know that next month in Romania, we will also have an experience sharing event. This will be related to European integration. And we need to ensure that everyone understands that Ukraine has chosen the path of democracy and the values that are the enemy to Putin's regime. That's why we need to clearly understand it, that this path is not going to be easy to cover. But I think that it's good that now Ukraine has this unique chance, and this enjoys the support of all the EU member states as far as its accession to the EU is concerned. And it doesn't need to go through all those reforms at the same pace at which the other states were doing this, because actually you can learn from our mistakes. It's also important that we have this regional cooperation, which has become more active recently, and I'm going to focus mainly on the regional cooperation between Romania and Ukraine, because over the recent 2 months, Satu Mare, Maramuresh, and Suceava regions, and well, the Chernivtsi, Ivano-Frankivsk, and Zakarpattia regions from Ukraine have signed almost 20 cooperation agreements which are related to economic development. And we have to realize that it's not easy to do this in wartime, but it's important to exchange experience, to share the expertise. And here we are talking about the expertise of our local communities, but also about the experience related to reforms and to legislative amendments. And you also know that Romania has a great experience in some fields, in some areas, like, I mentioned that I represent the Ukrainian minority, so I can tell that an important reform was adopted in Romania. Was the reform related to national minorities and their representation and cooperation with them. And you know that this policy is now important for all EU member states. And we know that we have a Ukrainian community on the border of Ukraine and Romania, and the same as we have a powerful Romanian community, large Romanian community in Ukraine. So this is another point of contact that makes us cooperate, because every state wants the regions of other states where their communities, their minorities live, to be prosperous and to develop on and on. So these meetings, such meetings, enable us to exchange experience, which is important. And I also think that it's important that we have this cooperation at the parliamentary level. That's what we have already got at the level of some committees, subcommittees. And it's really important that we take the example of other countries that have been doing this for many years in order to see how we could work on the legislative level and introduce all those amendments in order to make accession to the EU happen as soon as possible. Of course, there is a lot of work to be done, and the process will not be easy even after Ukraine exceeds the EU, and even after that, you will have to work a lot. This is important, and I think that it's important for the politicians to understand that they need to communicate with the residents. They need to explain what these reforms mean, what is behind them, how they will change the world and the Ukrainian people. Let me give just one quick example. After Romania exceeded the EU, we established very good cooperation with the communities from Ukraine. I will not mention the regions and the communities, but these communities came to one region in Romania and said, okay, and, how does it help you that you have exceeded the EU? But they saw what this region looks like before our accession to the EU and afterwards, in some 3 years later. So there were really great changes, and that was something they could see with their own eyes. So now it's important to really explain what the expectations could be, to show the examples of others, to work together, to find a common language, our narratives.
Fortunately, we see this support, and everybody wants Ukraine to join the EU, and Romania supports negotiations, wants these negotiations to start this year already. And in my view, we have to start these negotiations with other countries as well, to help Ukraine join the EU as soon as possible. I'm sure that it will happen soon, because Ukraine has proved that they can implement reforms. There is even at the level of citizens, we see that they want this. This is a chance that Ukraine must use. Thank you for your attention. Well, you can count on our support. Thank you for your speech. I said that we have online streaming, and I've been asked to thank you on behalf of the Chernivtsi Oblast Military Administration. I don't know what to thank you for, but probably for cooperation, because I know that since the beginning of the war, a lot of assistance, which was not advertised, has been received from Romania. There was a very powerful hub in Chernivtsi. They expressed their great gratitude to you. We are very grateful for your help. Somebody wrote in our chat. So we are moving closer to the end, but we have still a lot of work. Vitaly Bodnar, I don't know if he's online. It would be very important for us to hear the opinion from the staff of the Council of National Security and Defense. He's not here, right? Okay. Anyway, cooperation with the Security Council is important too, to synchronize some things related to strategies and security. Okay, next, the National Institute for Strategic Research, and Vyacheslav Potapenko, who represents this National Institute for Strategic Research. Please keep to the time limit as strategies do. Just 5 slides, okay? Not 39. Thank you for this invitation. Thank you for giving me the floor. Of course, these 39 slides were supposed to be interesting, but I would like to start with security issues. When we talk about European integration and the EU, we understand that the EU doesn't deal with security issues per se. They have NATO for this. And within the project funded by NATO, what I like is that our approaches are similar with those of my colleague. As representatives of oblast administrations said, these administrative regions, which were created recently, I think for them the security issues are the most important in future. If there is no security, there is no business, people leave, everybody knows about this. But we have to be aware that we have to consider this element of security, and we have to make sure that the European Union understands that there are different regions with different levels of security and with different requirements regarding recovery, and it's very important to remember this. Another important issue is cooperation between central executive authorities that have become military administrations, combining the military and civil presidential executive authority. And for the first time in Ukraine's history, we have such a vertical line which is funded and which works and the issues of security are dealt with in general. But this recovery process and integration process will be related with, well, a lot will depend on the right cooperation with the regional authorities and central authorities, with military administrations, or what will be after the martial law. So what these military administrations look like after the martial laws, and of course, what will happen to these territories that are now occupied. We have to take these things into account. To be, in a nutshell, we have to talk about the culture of strategic planning and European vision. The European Union was not created for war. The main instrument there is a compromise. They want to see everything ahead. For them, strategic plans is absolutely normal instrument. Very often, at different levels, people look at strategies like as if they are like something that are not related to real life. When we talk about economic component, we have to understand that the European Union is now dealing with green recovery. It's not a whims, it's not a caprice, it's the real policy. Unfortunately, even relevant ministries and many municipalities don't see this element of green movement, green recovery. When you talk to someone from the relevant ministries and when you tell them, let's develop a strategy which includes a green element, they say, no, it's not of interest to us. It's not about this. Indeed, at the level of central authorities and local authorities, unfortunately, they don't understand the spirit of European Union, which is based on strategic planning and, in our case, on green recovery. We have to state it clearly. This strategy shouldn't are written from the top that we have to be members of the European Union and we have to be to move forward taking into account these green principles. And then so back in 2011 when I was in Bulgaria Bulgaria failed to use this 1 billion allocated for a particular purpose, but it wasn't used. But I know what happened there. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Vyacheslav. You mentioned indirectly, you said indirectly that it's easy to deal with some small things, to draft a regulation about the distribution of funds, some small things, but it's difficult, of course, to do it at a local level, but it's even more difficult to do it at a central level. It happens when there is no systemic thinking, planning. We will not be able to answer all the questions today. We are just raising a problem. But we are raising these problems so we have to think about the culture of planning, the culture of the activities of central authorities. You mentioned the funds. I like what Mr. Albrecht said. It's not it's not the funds, but first reforms. First, you have to carry out, implement reforms in order to get funds. If you think about the funds, there will be no funds and no result. First, you have to carry out reforms. And we have to work towards this. Yeah, I'm now giving the floor to you, please. No microphone yet. I would like to say something from my own life. You mentioned strategic. No, it's not the whole story of your life. No. I used to be first deputy mayor, and I had a few other positions, but I ran the Department of Economics, and together with director of this department, I decided to write a strategy. I said to him, let's stop dealing with the guys who get us together once a quarter, and let's work together with the scientists, with academics. We invited some people from different universities, economists, planners, and when we submitted our ideas to the committee, they said, "Why do you need this?" I said, "Well, you are voting. You're going to vote about the things that will define the life of community in the next few years." And do you know what they said? It's not timely proposal. So these ideas that we came up with using these academics, they were rejected by. So if small communities or bigger communities have strategies, unfortunately, these strategies are written very poorly. Sorry, that was my remark. Thank you, Mr. Grigori. If we just switched on a navigator, sometimes we use navigator, but we can be driven somewhere to a dead end. It applies to communities too. Vitaly Koval, I give the floor to you. The head of the Rivne Oblast Military Administration, please. Good afternoon, my colleagues. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to reflect on what I've heard today. And I went outside my daily routine, and I began to think what will happen after the victory, because we are only talking about victory, and we look like a fire brigade that are trying to save something. But today we have to think about tomorrow, what will happen afterwards. And the clearly formulated plan is much better than no plan. It's about strategy. The strategy is, if it's written based on competitive advantages of the region, if this strategy is a basis for work, then everything will be okay with the region. I would like to thank Mr. Anatoly Tkachuk, your presentation. I would like to receive your presentation. All these 39 slides are very important, and what Vyacheslav Potapenko said was very close to me, because we shared the same understanding. Local people, citizens, they don't care. They don't know what municipality or regional authorities or military authorities mean. For them, it's the same. For them, it's authorities. We have to work together. So regarding areas mentioned by Mr. Anatoly, in my region, we have 6 border communities. They are, according to your classification, they are frontline areas. We have to look at them from the regional level. And I recalled what one Marszałek of the Polish government said. He said that our administration is for administration, and the reform of decentralization, when from the point of region, from the regional level, you see security risk much better than locally. The local communities don't see they don't see all the risks, but it's better. They are better seen at a regional level. Each territory has a different agenda, and it's very important to do outreach work in the deoccupied territories and to see and to breathe the air, the different air that the people living there breathe. So when you come back to your territories, it's everything is different. This shoulder-to-shoulder instrument facility is very good. When you are responsible for a deoccupied community, everything is different there. It's targeted systems that you provide in dialogue with the European Union. I would recommend that they have a different approach, targeted approach for each particular region. The shoulder to shoulder is an example of this synergy and cohesion policy. I would like to add that such platforms are very important, and Mr. Nehoda, Mr. Nikita, you are reloading the whole format. What all these local authorities, congresses in every oblast, together with the Office of President and Cabinet of Ministers, so, of course, it's important to hear problems at the bottom, and based on these problems, we have to find solutions and to propose a better solution than pass down a decision which is wrong. It will be a big mistake if we don't have this dialogue with local communities. Thank you very much for your constructive work and inspiration. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Vitaly. It's really important that regional military administrations become the leaders in those matters that we are currently discussing. Because, regional councils are ready for that. They are ready to work 24/7 in the issues of regional policies, but they don't have classical executive committees, executive bodies. So the executive bodies, should be directing them and channeling their effort. Of course, you need to study the information. By you, I mean military regional administrations, but I've mentioned regional because they will not always be military. They will be civil regional administrations one day. And it's important that this will help us get integrated. You have mentioned the shoulder-to-shoulder project, and also, we have some contacts at the level of regional development with other countries. We need to consider that option because every region must have a contact like that with a region from the EU. You don't need the office of the Congress. You don't need the government. You just need to have a meeting with them, and they will tell you more because they have felt what it looks like. So that is of utmost importance. Anatoly, I saw that you were offended when I told several times about 39 slides, but it has worked because people keep writing to me, where are those 39 slides? So it's like the classical example that when one person said, well, there were some April statements, some May statements, March statements, and it's like the classical information to study. Remember that Mr. Albrecht, I hope he doesn't hear me now because every time I pronounce his name in a different way. So Jan, let's call him Jan Albrecht, really mentioned a lot of useful things, and he had a statement about mobilization of expertise and mobilization of knowledge. That's when he quoted the documents. Without knowledge and expertise, everything we are discussing is not possible, be it knowledge in that or this field. Anyway, there should be knowledge in place. And to put it formally, dissemination or transfer of knowledge is the area experts need to deal with, well-trained experts. And I think that the fact that we have here Larissa Komacha, who is director of the Academic and Scientific Institute of Public Administration and State Service, Public Service, up as I would call the top university of Ukraine, which is Kyiv National University of Taras Shevchenko. This already shows us something and gives us some important message. And I think that now we are going to listen to her vision on how we could engage that or mobilize that resource that they have at the university and probably at other universities and at their Institute of Public Administration and Public Service on the way to the joint implementation of the objectives that we have in terms of regional development, regional policy, European integration. No matter what people say, it's always better when practitioners are dealing with something. I think that neither theoreticians nor practitioners should work independently. There should be synergy of their effort, and then we will get a good outcome. So Larissa is here. Please, the floor is yours. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Vyacheslav. Thank you, Victor. Thank you for the invitation and for this opportunity provided to me to speak at this event. And I've heard a lot of interesting ideas that we as educators dealing with the issue of training and retraining or advanced training of people should take into account during their educational process in order to really train good experts who will deal with the implementation of European integration issues and who will deal with the occupied territories. Our institute now trains experts in public administration. This is specialty number 281. And we have different programs, which is public administration, parliamentary activity, and other ones. But today I would like to stress that with the support of the Office of the President of Ukraine, this year we have also enrolled people in 2 new educational programs, which are important in the context of matters we are discussing today. The first one is European Integration Studies for Civil Servants. And I would say that we have enrolled students for this program in 2 trajectories. The first one supported by the National Agency in Civil Service and Mrs. Alyoshina. And we have enrolled there some people who are already civil servants or representatives of self-government, local self-government bodies. And I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Koval because from his region, we have enrolled 5 people to that program. Well, probably you are smiling at that information, but I would say that there was almost no registration among civil servants for this program, and we had to explain why it is important, what the prospects generally are, and what the needs for these people are if they are already civil servants. For this, for them, this is the free of charge tuition. We have a much better story with the paid form of tuition. We have public administration program, and everybody can enter this program. And this year, since this is a new educational program initiated by the Office of the President, we've been supported by the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, and I have made a public order, state order, and there was a competition, and we have also enrolled some students who pay for their tuition. This is the second trajectory supported by the office and Tamila Tasheva in particular, and this second trajectory deals with new educational programs on post-war territory management. We had extramural form of studies to the order of the state agency. on civil service. And again, we didn't have a lot of volunteers, so I would like to express my gratitude to Alexander Kudin, who is the head of Kherson Regional Military Administration. And he really supported us. He gave us a chance to talk to his colleagues and to explain what the whole program is about. And then they volunteered, and we also enrolled them in the program. Generally, the students who can get this education, who are willing to get this education, are the people who would like to deal with public administration, would not like to change the trajectory. But we're also preparing advanced training programs, which are also interesting. And the State Agency on Civil Service supports us with this in both trajectories with due account of the aspects mentioned by our colleagues, because we really need to take into account the specificity of the regions we are talking about. We need to prepare civil servants for them. And the university is also now training the staff, and at the end of this month, we will have the third session for the state, the third round of sessions and exams, credits and exams, and the whole university, not just the institute, is engaged in that process. Everybody knows that each of these groups contains the representatives of every region, and we work with them and deliver lectures to them on the topics that will really enrich them. So this is the information on European integration and recovery development of the occupied territories. Our institute also has a well-established dialogue with many regions. We are ready to cooperate, and we have just been talking with Marina, and we have discussed the need for the survey on the needs assessment. We need to know the directions in which we should have advanced training, and in which we should have not master studies programs, but advanced training courses to really focus on a specific vector and to raise the skills and qualifications of the experts. We are ready to join in all the other processes in the discussions, and we are always ready to cooperate. And let me invite all of you to study with us. Thank you, Larissa. I think that in the future, we will cooperate with you in the matters that I've jotted down. This is mobilization of knowledge. It really looks nice, sounds nice, mobilization of knowledge. So this is demobilization after victory and mobilization of knowledge and expertise at any time. Good. Miroslav Koshuluk, expert of the DECIDE project, a person who used to have something to do with the executive authorities and local self-government. Well, I said that I would not mention the Ministry of Regional Development, but I have mentioned it because he used to work there as the Deputy Minister on European integration matters. So what are your thoughts on that point? Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to participate in this very interesting discussion. And this discussion was developing in quite a surprising way. At first you talked about money, about legislation, about institutions, and closer to the end, we started talking about knowledge, about mindset, and in fact, that's important because European integration is not just about the change of some formal framework, but it's also largely about the changes in our mindset. And sometimes it's much more difficult to change the mindsets than to change formal rules of the game and formal framework. As a result, certain things are happening. We declare one thing, but in fact, we have just the opposite situation or a little bit different situation. Now we're talking about cohesion, which is really the core policy of the European Union. In fact, let me stress this, This is a synonym. It's not just one notion, but that is the synonym to regional policy in the EU. And the core idea behind it is to kind of sew the EU together, sew different regions, unite those regions, make them merge in a way, make different communities get united. And if we have a look at all the projects that are funded by the EU, one of the core things in these projects is cooperation, transnational, cross-border cooperation, cooperation between municipalities within the so-called functional areas, including agglomerations we normally talk a lot about. But what do we have in this respect? Just let me give one example. On the website of the ministry, we may have a look at the list of territorial community cooperation projects. How long is this list? How many items does it contain? About 1,000 items. And if we select the agreements that were concluded after the year 2020, there will be about 300 of them. And if we take into account the fact that there are multilateral agreements, not only bilateral agreements there, well, maybe we will have one agreement, one cooperation agreement per community, which is, in fact, an absurd situation, because here we tend to say a lot that communities are different, but they have common interests, and sometimes money is kind of scattered. But you have mentioned this object thinking, object-related thinking, which keeps being the basis for everything. I would mention 3 practicalities that should be changed in this regards. In the EU, every policy is based on specific elements, and the cohesion policy is based tool of investment. This is the core investment policy of the EU. And as mentioned today, 1/3 of the common EU budget goes to the cohesion policy. So on the one hand, this is the money spent on the facilities, not just the facilities that are facilities alone, but the facilities that in. And on the other hand, this is the money allocated to supporting cooperation. Recently, I had a chance to look at how in Poland, Polish metropolis or agglomerations function. And do you know how their cooperation started? It started as follows. At first, at the previous program period, they launched the mechanism of territorial investment. Additional money appeared, and it acted as the incentive for their cooperation. As for now, we don't have any incentives for cooperation between our communities. The second thing, if we have a look at any community strategy, there are some characteristics, a lot of them. I've looked through a lot of strategy, and I've participated in a lot of strategic sessions, and I always ask them, and how do you take the interest of the nearby communities in your strategy? And they don't see the neighboring communities even in their mind. So this is something that should be changed. We should change the methodology of going in this direction. If we are talking about regional strategies, again, together with Metro, we are now working on Odessa strategy, and we are laying down the foundations there. Well, you have mentioned that there may be different parts of the region with some disparities. In the region, in the Dnipropetrovsk region, this has been mentioned. So right from the beginning, we would like to kind of lay down the basics for the regional aspect, because of course the southern part of Odessa region, the center, and the northern part of Odessa region are 3 different micro regions that need to be developed in different ways using different tools. But on the other hand, in the strategy, we will also lay down the macro-regional approach and its basics, because it's understandable that this region is going to be the core region for the development of the whole southern area. It will actually be the driving engine for the development of our south. And this is the second point. And the third point is that actually we should make an inventory of our laws and to see, we have to see whether they contribute to this community cooperation or not. I will not talk on the law on cooperation between territorial communities, but I will just give two examples. Let's take Drohobych and Truskovets. Can they really launch a program of cooperation and have a bus between Drohobych and Truskovets? Because this would be the regional bus, and under the law, such buses have to be secured by the regional administrations, which means that they cannot actually agree between themselves on that. Let's take industrial parks. Can an industrial park be an intermunicipal project? The current applicable law actually does not allow this, to put it mildly. And in fact, we could take a lot of other examples where the devil is in detail. And the reason here is our object-based post-Soviet thinking. And to conclude, I would like to say one more thing. About 20 or 30 years ago, there appeared the notion of a network society. In fact, thanks to decentralization, we have largely built this network society, and it is this network society that helped us survive when the aggression started. Network thinking is thinking in context and connections, but we still keep to this object-based post-Soviet thinking. But it seems to me that we're talking about European integration. The key word here is integration. We need to start thinking in connections and contexts.
Thank you, Mr. Miroslav. We are almost on the finishing line. We also invited representatives of the Association of Communities. Some of them have delegated their heads. They are here. On the agenda, we have Oksana Prodan. I don't know if she's here online. Oksana Prodan. You don't hear her, right? But she's on the program. And then Ihor Abramyuk, Deputy Executive Director of the Ukraine Association of Communities. I give you the floor just for a few words. You know, communities don't like regional policy, the regional development as a rule. But now, we will see. We will see. Thank you. Can you hear us? Yeah, we can hear you very well. We can even see you. Thank you. Well, I do love regional policy because I had the honor of working in the ministry and with regions, and everything's fine with me. But as an association, we're talking about the policy of rural development, as if it's not part of the regional development. In the EU, it's part of the agrarian policy. But in our strategy of regional development, there is a branch, the development of rural territories, which correlates very well with one of the goals. The development of rural communities. So we have to understand what we do in this sphere, because we don't have this policy. We should have this policy. We have the Ministry of Infrastructure and the Ministry of Agriculture. The Congress maybe will be able to unite them all so that we understand how to implement this policy of rural development, which is similar to the EU policy. Thanks to Yuri Tritiak, who mentioned that the Ukraine facility would have to have something that would have Ukraine prepare communities to use the policy, the instrument tools of the European Union. So a leader, such facility or tool as a leader, we are ready to be involved in this process. Mr. Albrecht mentioned that all these things have to be done in consultation with local authorities. The Ukrainian Association of Communities is serious, and we are ready to be involved in this cooperation and advocacy regarding the policy of rural development to make sure that the support tools of the European Union include tools that help us prepare for European policies. We have just completed training moderated by the for policymakers. Training for policymakers. We are moving in the same direction. If we move in harmony, regional policy and rural development policy will be clear and understandable, and it will be understood in the European Union, and the European will understand us. So if we speak the same language with them, thank you. Professional, brief. I hope that your proposal that you made 2 days ago at the meeting of the parliamentary committee. It was a joint meeting with the colleagues of the Lithuanian parliament. I think your proposals were valid and should be considered. We have concluded the formal part. Are there any questions or answers to any of the speakers? Maybe somebody is still online. Are there any recommendations, questions? Okay. It's like during a lecture. So if you're a lecturer and you say, ask students, do you have questions? If they have questions, you think, okay, it's good because they understand something at least. If there are no questions, it means they don't understand anything. Now, my colleague from Kharkiv, the floor is yours. Thank you for this opportunity to be here. First of all, Mr. Mikita, thank you for this invitation. And we received this invitation immediately from you, directly from you. It's a very important platform where we can not just discuss, talk, but also hear important things, especially from opinions from experts in the sphere of European integration. Not all leaders understand how we need to move to make sure that Ukraine joins the EU. Yesterday, there was a Congress hearing in Kharkiv region. Previous hearing was in Kherson, now in Kharkiv, and it is a manifestation that each community can be heard, and with the governor we had made serious preparations, and some questions that were asked were very incorrect. Some community leaders understood that there was a lot of work to be done still. Yesterday we discussed the issue of reconstruction of Kharkiv Oblast. Thanks to the army, a year ago Kharkiv Oblast was deoccupied. We are now talking about recovery, reconstruction, and it was important for me to come here It was not easy to come here and think about the question what to do next, because we have a border with Russian Federation, and this hearing is important. So what's next? Recovery. What should we do next to make sure that we join the EU? Because it's important that regions hear us. I hope that my colleagues who hear us agree. Mr. Beskin spoke earlier. He said that it's important that regions should not be just heard; they should be involved in all the issues. It's very important for us because the regions cannot take part in all the meetings, unfortunately. But I would like to say that having heard recommendations today, I was impressed the presentation by Anatoly Tkachuk. I would like to have this presentation and those who are online from Kharkiv Oblast, please, they are wrote to me, please take this presentation, because when I come back to Kharkiv Oblast, I will share this presentation. You only mentioned a few slides. You didn't. Yeah, we'll take this presentation. Thank you. There is a simpler way option. You'll take it with you, no problem. We'll share it with you. I just wanted to thank you on behalf of Kharkiv region, despite the fact that the situation is difficult there, but we're still talking about integration. And I would like to say that even before the war, many regions were working very actively in the sphere of EU cooperation with the EU. But the war has prompted us and Mr. Mikita and I, we went to Brussels, and I would like to boast the Kharkiv region during the war opened 3 offices in Strasbourg, Paris, and Brussels. And thanks to the power memorandum with one of the regions in France, we are moving all together towards joining the EU. But if we get assistance from our colleagues who are work in parliament, we'll succeed. Thank you very much. Somebody else? I had a question. Eduard Boraš, an advisor to the Prime Minister of Slovakia. The advisor and the real friend of Ukraine. He's here.
Правильно повітали. Ранній прем'єр-міністр Словаччини з прикордонної співпраці, голова громадської організації, яка...
So, I'm the head of the CSO, the NGO, which for 9 years has already been keeping this platform of cooperation, which of the Days of Ukraine. This is already the 9th year that we are having it, with the engagement of the Association of Cities of Ukraine, which is a partner to the Slovakian Association of Cities and the Association of Cities of Norway, which are implementing a cross-border cooperation project. We will have it on the 25th of September, and we have invited 240 participants of regions, of cities, and we have invited and are inviting now Viktor Maketa, and we are eager to invite people who could potentially participate in cooperation projects, because it's really important to launch this cooperation between cities and regions of Ukraine and Slovakia. It's really difficult to do this. And I would like to tell you that as far as cross-border cooperation between Ukraine and Slovakia is concerned, the core of this policy is actually
the matters of regional development, and we are very much concerned about the status of children who've been affected. We have got more than 30,000 children in Slovakia. They have come there since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Russia. So we are intending to launch new children support projects, not only in Slovakia, but also here. And there will be kind of three directions, 3 panels dedicated to cross-border cooperation opportunities and integration opportunities, because integration depends on the infrastructural borders. I've come from Slovakia, and by the way, today we have the religious holiday of the Holy Virgin in Slovakia, but just there were no cars, that the border was empty, so I just came here within 40 minutes, but normally I just need 2 hours to reach Ukraine. So the infrastructure for the development of regions is very important, and war has shown us that we are not always using the EU money for the development of infrastructure, but we should do this. And another topic for discussion is the European Group of Territorial Cooperation between Ukraine and Slovakia. We don't have this cooperation as yet, which means that the money which is invested into the horizontal programs of the EU cannot be used locally. So we need to have this meeting in Prashiv and Koshiv regions and in Zakarpattia region. And we need to think it over what mechanisms of the use of money could be used for the border. So this is actually something that we deal in cooperation. And the third item is humanitarian corridors for supporting Ukraine. Last Sunday in Belgium, in Brussels, I had a meeting and we're launching a new way going from Belgium to Slovakia and to Ukraine, to the east of Ukraine. I can see that here we have the head of Dnipropetrovsk Regional Military Administration. We are waiting for friends from and colleagues from Kryvyi Rih. So you know that Slovakia has allocated some large amounts of money for the infrastructure in Dnipropetrovsk region. And Slovakia will really do its best for the war to be as short as possible and for Ukraine to be able to mitigate the consequences of the war. And I would be grateful to all I would like to express actual gratitude to whoever has provided any assistance to us. And this is just peanuts. This is just a small share of what we could do. My stay here has been short, but anyway, it's important that I'm here, and I would like to assure you that we will keep supporting you. Thank you, Eduard. And we are expressing our gratitude not only to you, but also to your boss, to the Prime Minister, and to the government, and to the whole Slovakian people for the support you are providing. I had a pleasure and honor of being the chairperson of the Ukrainian-Slovak Commission for some 5 years. And we were settling the issue of Uzhhorod Airport for a very long period of time. But, well, it's kind of a joint airport because the air is yours and the territory is ours. We cannot actually, our planes cannot take off without your air, but now everything is fine. And we hope that a lot of other issues will be settled. And all these matters are really important. So we're now going over to the wrap up. Let's be brief. So everybody has been expressing gratitude and has been mentioning Mr. Victor Mikita. Everybody knows who he is, what his position is, but let me give the floor to him now for the wrap up. You could actually do it from this mic if your mic doesn't work. Thank you, dear colleagues. I've kind of got a split microphone now, 2 microphones, sound coming from 2 microphones. I would like to respond to a lot of things mentioned. It's very good that we have heads of regional military administration, heads of regional council, representatives of different institutions, MPs, heads of committees and subcommittees. It's really important because we have been talking here about different things, and I have kind of jotted down the key things. The first one is strategy for the development of the territorial community. We've got decentralization and a lot of process related to decentralization, but the heads of military administrations live with other concerns because we need to keep to the strategy of functioning of ATCs in martial law. Like in Zakarpattia region, and also we can work with the region with security issues. And we also need to focus on the reconstruction elements. We've been talking about cohesion, and since we are staying in Zakarpattia, I would like to give the example of one of the projects in Zakarpattia region where we have, well, we have about 7,000 jobs, but there is no one to work. So how are we settling this issue? 33% are given by the community for the housing construction, 33% is taken from the local budget, and 33% comes from business. The business gets the stuff to work, and this is housing only for the IDPs who are willing to get employed. And it's important that, you know, Brussels and other countries see that this is a meaningful project and not just talking, because using the grant money just for food is one thing, but to build something with this money is much more important. And suppose a child has graduated from the university. If the child doesn't start earning money and doing the planning and will just buy good clothes to show that, well, I just want to live good, I want to live a luxurious life, and he is not willing to earn his own living. So that is the wrong approach, and we should not be waiting for this. And the main thing is that in Zakarpattia, we don't have any curfew, and all the democratic values are there. All the processes that we used to have before the war are still there, thanks, first of all, to the armed forces of Ukraine. Because we are a rather quiet region. And let me give the floor to the acting head of the regional council. Let him comment the situation.
Друзі, дякую всім за те, що ви сьогодні приїхали до нас. Дякую, Віктор Федорович.
Thank you, Victor, for organizing this Congress hearing. And you know, I've heard that we have a lot of tasks. But if you're not going, you will never take this way. You will never cover all the steps. So we need to take step by step. Thank you for giving the floor to me. We would be eager to ensure our victory, first of all, but victory will definitely come. We all believe in that. But what comes next? We have a lot of things to do, and these things need to be discussed today, right away. And probably not, we cannot do everything right now, but step by step we will get to that. The most successful reform has been the reform of local self-government, and everybody will confirm this. But I guess that Vyacheslav will tell us that it's not yet over. We need to complete it. And even the amalgamated territorial communities that we have established are still not fully functioning. We need to change something, all the more in the regions where we have hostilities going on or where there have been hostilities. We'll definitely need to do something about that. And the other thing is, since we have the MPs here, we have to focus on the judicial reform. We also need to complete the reform of the judiciary, because this is the greatest pain in the neck that we have in our society. In education, we have already gone ahead. In healthcare, we keep working. In local self-government, we are going in the right direction. But as far as the reform of judiciary is concerned, we have kind of delays there. We have impeded it. So let's also move on in this direction.
Thanks a lot to everyone. Thank you, dear colleagues, representatives of local councils, heads of the administrations, representatives of the government, representatives of Romania, Slovakia, Switzerland, Poland. And let me invite you. As Victor has said, luckily we are a quiet region, and thanks to the armed forces of Ukraine, we can hold all those meetings here. I will not take too much of your time, but let me just invite you to keep coming to our region, not only for Congress hearings, but just come and stay here. Thank you. Thank you for your speech. And you know, here we have the representatives of regional councils, and they represent different political forces. But why have I mentioned it? We are talking about the decentralization or local self-government reform, which is really not yet over. And we could actually be talking about that all the time. Anyway, somebody will dislike something about this whole reform. Somebody will not like the way it is. It's like shuffling the furniture at home. Somebody will not like it the way it is. And as far as local self-government reform is concerned, I know that you're also representing a very powerful political force. And it would be good if you, the representatives of all political forces, because, you know, you also feel, you get this flair that in the parliament, we have the representatives of the parties who, or rather which, sometimes argue for very strange things. I mean, in the names of documents, we have such nice, high-flown words, but if we need to vote on the amendments in some areas, they do not vote. You need to convince them, or rather to persuade them that we need to finish with this decentralization reform. We have a great prefect here. Here he is. We have them ready as heads of military regional administrations. They should not be dealing with municipal things. You can be doing this, and they could be dealing with that sort of stuff. There are a lot of things to deal with. Why should the head of military regional administration deal with all those utility things? You should be doing all this together, and we should be united in that. Neither me nor Vitaly Bazhin will manage to do anything without your support. There are things we cannot implement. So I would ask you very much to work together. And we need not just to have the Chamber of Regions, we have to have a powerful, united entity in the background. Different countries show that we are strong. And well, here is Marina Brill, who is deputy head of the UCORD project. So let me give the floor to her. So Marina Brill from UCORD project. It is also thanks to her that our today's meeting can be held. Please do the wrap-up part. Thank you, Vyacheslav, for giving the floor to me. We're so much behind the time that I really need to do this wrap-up part very quickly. I'll try to be brief. You know, as for now, we definitely lack time for such discussions because even today we have realized how many matters we have covered in brief during the meeting. And we've got such great statements about mobilization of knowledge, the culture of strategizing. And we have also discussed a number of other issues like recovery, development, and the future economic development of the country. Of course, the issue of cohesion was also raised, and as Miroslav has mentioned, in the context of the EU language, that is all about the regional development policy. And we also focused on the notion of cohesion through the prism of philosophy, which includes security issues, inclusion of different levels like local, regional, national levels. We can see that we are supported by our European community, and we have here in person, and we have had online the representatives of different countries, and we are really grateful to them for this support.
And the notion of cohesion within our project, since we are called Cohesion and Regional Development, UCORD in short. So with us, this notion intertwines with the area of culture. And it seems to me that it's kind of a landmark that we are staying now in the gallery, and it is our project UCORD that supports this event, and we are staying within this cultural space today. Generally, I can see that on our screens and on the banner, it's written Congress hearings, but in fact, it's not hearings, Vyacheslav. This is a wide dialogue. I don't know whether you would like to rename this format, but I'm really happy that we have managed to really discuss plenty of issues, and we have engaged different stakeholders. We have got experts, representatives of the government, of the parliament, of the community, and we have covered a great spectrum of issues, and our project will help you finalize probably the minutes of this event, and we will submit this document to the Office of the Congress for it to identify the proposals and suggestions that could move on and become the basis for further work. Thank you, and thank you, Marina, personally to you, and thanks to UCORD project and the Swiss Embassy in Ukraine, and definitely the Swiss government for supporting such important projects functioning in Ukraine. Thanks a lot to you for this. But why did you mention renaming Congress hearings? I just thought that, do we have parliamentary hearings? Yes, we do. Do we have public hearings? Yes. And what should be in between? Congress hearings. That's absolutely logical. That is a clear logic behind it. And what happens during hearings? A dialogue. It's not a monologue, it's always a dialogue. So hearing means listening to each other and hearing each other's ideas and voices. Thank you. And finally, I will not have any long speech. You know, I like that there have been several mentions of this object-based investment or planning. So we went to Poland and then we went to Brussels. We got acquainted with many people. So Vitaly has a very good, well, I don't know, maybe he's a unique person in Ukraine because the event is not yet over, but his post is already there. And he has already got a number of likes, so everything seems to be fine. And we are then going back on the bus, and we think that we need to write something. But Vitaly has already written something, and I've been there and I have not written any post on that. So then I think, well, anyway, I need to do something on the bus. So I placed the post, and while I was still on my way, the Mirror of the Week, or Дзеркало тижня, the Ukrainian newspaper, has published all this information, and they have this notion of object-based planning of the infrastructure on the basis of the logic of bureaucratic priorities, a very tricky phrase. Sounds it's a very complex notion, but it's easy to understand what is meant. So that is the logic of bureaucratic processes. So, of course, we don't need to apply this approach. This is just not an example of how we are supposed to work. This is an example of the approach we should not be taking. And I think that you have heard it today many a time when our speakers and our colleagues from Poland, Romania, and our Slovakian colleagues and all the others have been recommending to us that we need strategic planning. We need to do strategic planning the way Mr. Zaluzhny has it. It's not just shooting, it's about winning the combats. in the regional policy. And to win any battle, we need to ensure some development. Battle is all about development, improving economic performance, job creation. We need to persuade all those who are now provided with state assistance. They live in some gyms and they get this assistance and they don't want anything else. This is bad. We need to change this approach, and we need to focus on the human capacity, because we may install all possible technologies, we may have absolutely great machines, but if people are not motivated to provide themselves with further career, with further growth, they need to have this motivation to work for themselves. And behind that, there is a great work. We need to work on that a lot. Otherwise, this will not happen, because we have demographics as our problem, and we have some problematic categories of people, but there is also another problem behind that, when people are not willing to vote to move on. Of course, now we have war going on, but anyway, we should be moving ahead. And it seems to me that this is the topic which is rather comprehensive, which is a difficult one, but we should think about recovery, development, training, EU integration. So thanks a lot to everyone for your work. Thanks a lot for coming. You're great. Glory to Ukraine. And let me invite everyone to still have some treatment.